Chapter 1054. At the center of this heavenly palace was a spring with thousands of strands of auspicious energy and 10,000 streaks of multicolored light surging outwards. It was clearly a divine spring, the spiritual essence so rich it couldn't be dispersed. Of course, this wasn't the most eye-catching part. What truly shook one's mind and made them unable to shift their eyes away was the object within. 10,000 great Tao traces interweaved, dazzling and resplendent. This was a precious tree. Immortal energy swirled about it, making it seem dreamlike and illusory. It was as if it took root in the immortal domain, growing into the mortal world and connecting the two realms. It had a few main branches that were old and rough, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that they had already merged with the Tao. Meanwhile, those fine branches were sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliant colors, mysterious and profound. In its surroundings were strands and strands of great Tao traces that merged with heaven and earth, occasionally releasing resonant sounds. The sonorous sounds of the great Tao rumbled, almost making one comprehend the Tao in that instant. Of course, the most eye-catching part was the leaves on the tender branches. Not a single one was the same, every single one sparkling and flickering as if they were cast from the nine heavens' divine jade. They flickered with endless multicolored light, all of them great Tao traces. There was a leaf that was shaped like a small cauldron, lacking luster, simple and unadorned. It had 3 legs and 2 ears. One of the cauldron legs was the leaf stalk, connected to the thin branch, the carrier of the great Tao. Meanwhile, there was another leaf that was shaped like an immortal phoenix, its entire body bright red like blood. Scarlet multicolored light flickered about, as if it was born while bathing in divine flames, about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Only a single phoenix plume was connected to the branch, surging with red multicolored light and auspicious light. Phoenix cries could vaguely be heard. There was even a leaf that was shaped like a small golden bell, completely golden and translucent. When it swayed lightly, it actually released a great bell-ringing sound that made one want to merge with the Tao. The leaves on it were of all shapes and sizes, difficult to find the same one. Vermilion bird, 8 trigrams, divine sword, gourd, precious umbrella, all of them flickered with divine multicolored light, making one feel intoxicated. Every single leaf was a type of great Tao trace, affecting one's mind. How could this type of immortal tree not be shocking? It was unavoidable for them to swallow their saliva. They were naturally extremely moved. This type of treasure was difficult to find in this world, anyone who came would tremble. Longma was so moved that he almost kicked Daoist Wuliang out. By relying on Duanda's keen eyes and ears, even though he was fat, his body was extremely nimble, avoiding the kick. Treasure. The large black dog swallowed, and was the first to pounce. Longma wasn't willing to fall behind, and it raised its basin-sized hooves and rushed forward, almost stepping on the Black Emperor's tail. Woof! Neigh! Dogs barked and horses neighed. Together with Duanda's infinite celestial being, the place suddenly became lively. There's no need to fight. There are so many immortal leaves here. Yi Fan and the sacred prince quickly separated them, or else they would definitely fight. This was the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree. No one had expected to see it here. Its trunk was rough, and the old tree bark spread out like dragon scales. It contained the energy of the great Tao. As for the tender branches and those sparkling and translucent leaves, there was no need to talk about them. They were all mystical, and any one of them was priceless. These were not the tender shoots that Yi Fan and the others had collected back then. These were flawless leaves formed from interweaving Tao marks. Boom! A leaf that looked like a 33-story pagoda gently trembled, and Xian yellow energy flowed through it. It emitted a rumbling sound that calmed one's heart, and the restlessness immediately disappeared. Clang! A silver-white leaf that looked like a Tao sword shone with dazzling cold light. It flickered with blazing radiance and released a sword cry. It hacked at everyone's minds, severing all of their obsessions. Everyone felt like they were going to experience enlightenment in that instant. It's too mysterious. No wonder the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree is known to be the embodiment of the great Tao, taking root outside of the world's mysterious yellow, not within the 5 elements. Every single type of Tao can be found on its body, and one can use this to deeply comprehend it. The divine pool gurgled. It wasn't that large, but spiritual essence surged, wrapping around every single leaf. Water multicolored light pervaded the air, and thin smoke curled about. Brilliant colors shone in all directions, dazzling and beautiful. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, Duanda, and the others surrounded it, carefully sizing it up. They discovered that the lower parts of the trunk weren't connected, all broken branches without roots. This was cut off by someone from the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree. The cut was smooth, and there was a mysterious liquid seeping out. A fragrance assailed the nostrils, making one feel as if they were going to become an immortal and ascend. As they stood here, all of the cells in their bodies became active, every pore opening and closing, exchanging radiance with the multicolored light here, taking in and sending out essence. Their feet left the ground on their own, as if they were going to ascend to immortality. His methods are truly heaven-defying, entering deep into Undying Mountain and cutting down the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree, producing a few thick branches. It's just like a fantasy story. Li Heishui sighed. Existences that transcend deities live up to their reputation. Yi Fan said softly. The Undying Heavenly Emperor was an initial archaic figure, perhaps even more ancient, born several million years ago. This Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree was cut down precisely during that era. In the past, the Undying Heavenly Emperor carved the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's trunk into a divine coffin, burying himself within. Many people in later generations, including Yi Fan, had seen it before. The Central Province Immortal Manor World's 10,000 Zhang Jade platform had previously displayed the scene of several extreme Tao Emperor weapons confronting each other. The Undying Heavenly Emperor's divine will even more so manifested there. Yi Fan had seized the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's coffin there, gifting it to a few old friends. Pang Bo had even chewed on the coffin lid because of this, causing a few jokes. The heavenly palace was grand and majestic, richly ornamented and resplendent. The divine pool was located at the center of the hall, gurgling about. The Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's trunk seemed to still be growing on the main root, possessing exuberant vitality. Auspicious multicolored light shone in tens of thousands of streaks, Tao marks hanging down strand by strand. For them, this was a heaven-defying good fortune that could only be discovered and not sought. Beside the divine pool, there was also a stone table and a few stone stools. On top of it, there was a divine pot with 9 dragons coiling around it, as well as a few jade cups. It was clear that the heavenly prince often drank the Tao Comprehension tea here. People can't be compared to each other. There's Tao Comprehension tea to taste, there's a divine spring to drink, all of this is the extravagance of an ancient great emperor. Let's brew a pot of tea too. Duanda flipped his hand, bringing out a few jade cups, all of them sparkling and translucent, not inferior to the cups on the stone table. He had dug them out from an ancient tomb. Innate Tao flames throbbed, a golden peng spread its wings in the lake, and a black tortoise raised its head, resonating with the great Tao. A rich fragrance pervaded the air, and the entire great hall was covered in clouds and rosy clouds. The tea turned into Tao light as soon as it entered their mouths. Everyone's mind became tranquil, instantly entering a state of Tao comprehension. All of the secret techniques they learned underwent a period of accumulation, improving and sublimating. Too wonderful for words. This was everyone's true feeling. The leaves on the branches weren't that dense, and every single one was different from the others. They didn't look completely bare, and they were all mysterious and unfathomable. It was rumored that the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree only produced 108 leaves every year, no more, no less. Only during the Great Reincarnation cycle every 10,000 years could it produce 3,000. And now, Even though many of them had been used up, there were still several hundred shining, their value immeasurable. This was formed during the 10,000-year reincarnation cycle. We have great luck. They carefully inspected this divine spring, discovering that it didn't lead underground, but was just a pool of water. There were mysterious symbols carved on it, gathering the essence energy of heaven and earth, carrying the divine water and nourishing the Tao comprehension tea tree. Dig up even the pond. This group of people naturally wouldn't act politely. They came here to exterminate the clan to begin with, so they immediately took action, digging up the entire divine pond, wishing to bring it all away. Where do you think you're going? The sacred prince shouted. There was a Tao severing expert here who had been hiding for a long time. Right now, he wanted to escape to invite the ancestral king, but the monkey brandished the great metal rod, immediately smashing his bones and tendons, dying a violent death. Don't worry, there's a great formation set up outside, no one can escape. Let's continue searching. No one would have thought that a temporary imperial residence left behind by the undying heavenly emperor, not the main palace above the 9 heavens that could overlook all living things, would actually have this type of world-defying immortal object. Everyone was extremely moved. They completely flipped through the main peaks, their harvest quite abundant. There were ancient medicines, divine materials, spiritual roots, and everything else, every single one of them priceless. Of course, the most precious among them was the Tao comprehension tree trunk. There were so many leaves, enough for many saints to bow down and beg for them. This was priceless. In the end, not a single blade of grass grew on the main peaks. They dug up all of the medicinal plants and other things, and the palaces almost collapsed. Even the divine source embedded in the pillars and other things were ripped off. It could be said that it was as if locusts had passed through, leaving almost nothing behind. There were quite a few floating palaces in the sky, but they weren't spared either, becoming their spoils of war. They packed them up and stored them into spatial magical artifacts. When they left, the immortal earth that was originally surging with essence energy had turned into a barren mountain range, not even a single strand of hair remained. However, Duanda was still reluctant to leave, continuously wandering around the various peaks, unknown what he was searching for. Let's hurry up and leave. Yifan urged. They couldn't stay here for too long, alarming the ancestral kings, and it would be troublesome. This humble Daoist saw that the mountains here aren't bad, surrounded by spiritual water, a wonderful place for burial. I believe that the ancestors of the heavenly princes were most likely buried here, but the result is truly disappointing. The group of people all rolled their eyes. Nothing was left behind wherever this fatty went. The treasures in the divine watchtower and other things were fine, but even the burial mounds were targeted. It was a bit terrifying. One mustn't be too immoral. Boundless celestial being. The group of people left the mountain gate and pulled out the heaven-deceiving formation and the heaven origin rune channel. According to Longma, they might as well burn this place down. The Black Emperor put on an act and said with a sorrowful expression, "Always leave a way out. Not even a single strand of hair is left, what way is there to leave?" Longma said in disdain. "Leave a way out for now, or else the ancestral kings will jump out immediately." Yifan said. The group returned with great rewards, disappearing into the depths of the mountain range. In the southern region, the heavenly prince stood on the immemorial war chariot. His black hair was thick, his appearance was handsome, and his eyes were like 2 cold stars. He carried the undying heaven blade on his back, and his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. He led the 8 divine generals to rule the southern region, and no one dared to stop him. Everywhere he passed, everything was silent, and no one dared to speak. The cultivators of the southern region kept quiet out of fear. The sacred prince is nothing, and that mysterious human expert is also an ant. In front of the invincible heavenly prince, he's just a chicken and a stray dog. He can't even withstand a single blow. As soon as these words came out, the entire Eastern Baron was shaken. His words were arrogant and overbearing, and he didn't put the two experts who could kill half-saints in his eyes. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Prince and the Sacred Prince had shed all pretenses of cordiality, and were about to fight to the death. Otherwise, their troops wouldn't say such things. On that day, the big auction houses of the southern region suddenly announced that there would be world-shocking items being auctioned. God's Son. Not good. An ancient flew to a mountain peak in the southern region. What are you panicking for? What happened? The Heavenly Prince asked in a low voice. Someone is auctioning the undying Heaven Emperor's palace and all kinds of rare treasures. The Heavenly Prince's eyes straightened, and his expression was cold to the extreme. Off to the side, one of the 8 divine generals berated loudly, "How dare you? You're trying to mislead us with your lies. Who's talking nonsense? It's not nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. Also, the jade cup that the Heavenly Prince uses to drink the enlightenment tea is also being auctioned." The ancient kneeling on the mountain peak was trembling with fear. What? The Heavenly Prince's expression finally changed. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning. Also, the ancient kneeling on the ground trembled, and he didn't dare to say anything. What else? A commander shouted. Someone is also auctioning the underwear of the God's Son. Pfft! The Heavenly Prince was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. He knew that the palace had been ransacked, and this was a tit-for-tat humiliation. Chapter 1055. The southern region was in a state of turmoil. All kinds of rumors were spreading. The Heavenly Prince was about to fight against the human race's experts and even the Sacred Prince. This was no longer a secret, nor was it the most eye-catching part. Today, an even more explosive piece of news came out, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Many felt that it was inconceivable. Did you guys hear? Someone is auctioning an ancient watchtower in the main city of Cloud Peak. It's said to be one of the undying Heavenly Emperor's temporary imperial residences. I wonder if it's true or not. This is nothing. The biggest auction house of the Xianxia city has accepted a transaction. A mysterious person is selling a green dragon cup. It is an ancient artifact from the immemorial era. It is an artifact used by the deities of all races. What you guys are talking about is outdated. Do you know what someone was auctioning just now? A set of divine armor, and even golden underpants. They all belong to the Heavenly Prince. Pfft! The person next to him heard this and spat out a mouthful of tea, drenching the neighboring table. He hurriedly apologized to cover up his loss of composure. Hey, brother, you can't speak irresponsibly. How could such an unreliable thing happen? I can swear on my grandfather's name that this news is without a doubt true. It has already been verified. Who in Cloud Peak City doesn't know about it? An ancient race member has already used a secret technique to verify it. The entire southern region was in an uproar. Today, all the cultivators were discussing this issue. No one had expected such explosive news to appear before the decisive battle. The group of people was a bit dumbfounded. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. This was simply unbelievable. What exactly happened? Was the Heavenly Prince's lair destroyed? Golden underpants, worth millions of kilograms of origin source. There are Dao patterns personally carved by the Heavenly Prince within. It's impenetrable and is the ultimate defensive divine artifact. Everyone had the urge to spit out blood. This was just too despicable, purely humiliating the Heavenly Prince, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Not long ago, the descendants of the 8 divine generals had declared that they would kill the Heavenly Prince and the mysterious human expert. But now, such a thing had happened. This was truly a resounding slap to the face. You said that Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince are useless. This time, I'll sell you your underwear. Who asked you to be so arrogant? In a certain place, a group of heartless people gathered together to drink Dao comprehension tea. They were extremely relaxed, and almost all of them fell into a state of Dao comprehension. Get to the bottom of this. The veins on the heavenly prince's forehead were popping out. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Ever since he entered the world of cultivation, he had never suffered such humiliation. He was about to grind his teeth to pieces. If anyone dares to auction those things, I'll exterminate their entire family. He was truly angered to the point of vomiting blood. His eyes erupted with radiance, shooting out beams of light that reached several dozen li, piercing through the heavens like two heavenly swords. His body was burning with terrifying flames. A huge storm unfolded in the southern region. The heavenly prince almost went crazy. He wanted nothing more than to capture the person hiding in the dark. Even pulling out his soul, tearing his bones, and chopping him up wouldn't be enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. What about the prince? One of the ancient race legatus asked with an ugly expression. Without a doubt, the undying heavenly emperor's temporary imperial residence had been ransacked. Perhaps not even a blade of grass was left for them. This kind of loss was immeasurable. The stone chessboard and the Dao comprehension tea tree must be recovered. We can't let them fall into their hands. The more the heavenly prince thought about it, the more he wanted to vomit blood. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. That temporary imperial residence was surrounded by a few archaic ancestor kings. It was located at the center of the 8 sky-reaching main peaks. The palace was guarded by the Dao executioners. As long as there was any abnormal movement, they could send out a wave of divine sense to alarm the ancestor kings. The intruder wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. Who in the present world would dare to be so audacious? They would encounter the suppression of the ancestor kings. Even a god wouldn't be able to save them. They would die without a doubt. Unless they have grasped the great emperor's formation patterns and sealed that temporary imperial residence, deceiving the heavens and preventing the ancestor kings from sensing it. The heavenly prince clenched his fists tightly. Divine light radiated from his body. Even though this was a small loophole, with the archaic ancestor kings watching, even if it was theoretically possible, ordinary people wouldn't risk their lives. This wasn't a piece of radiant news, but it spread especially quickly. It spread through the realm gates to various places. The entire eastern wasteland knew about it, and everyone's eyeballs almost popped out. Have you heard? The ancient race's heavenly prince has lost face in the southern region. Rumor has it that his old nest has been completely destroyed. It really makes one not know whether to laugh or cry. He came south aggressively. He was the only sovereign in the entire universe and ruled over the south. How could something like this happen? He simply fell headfirst into a latrine pit. Many people were sneering. The heavenly prince had been too domineering all these years, and there were many who hated him to the bone. However, no one dared to provoke him. Even many people from the ancient race were sneering. Not all the great races were standing on his side. Many people were watching coldly from the sidelines, quietly watching the development of the situation. His own temporary imperial residence has been destroyed. Is this the so-called undying heavenly prince's son? He wants to rule over 10,000 races in the future? Dream on. On this day, the entire world was paying attention to the eastern wasteland. This absurd farce caused the heavenly prince to sink into an unprecedented passive state. The damage to his prestige was immeasurable. This matter was too bizarre, and many people couldn't help but laugh. Even the older generation figures were sighing at the instigator for being too lacking in morals. It was just a pair of golden underpants, yet it destroyed the heroic image of a divine child. The heavenly prince's hair stood up in anger as he roared towards the sky. Large amounts of mountain peaks collapsed and turned into dust amidst the rumbling sounds. It was unknown just how many mountain ranges were destroyed in the southern region's great wastelands. I can't bear it anymore. If I don't kill you all, I'm not human. Even if he had to sweep through the eastern wasteland and overturn the earth, he still had to take revenge. This was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Even someone as arrogant as him was angered to the point of spitting out blood several times today. His handsome face was slightly sinister, and his divine bearing was saintly. However, at this moment, he was almost possessed. A bloody light rushed out from the top of his head, connecting the heavens and earth. In the great wastelands, regardless of whether it was the birds or the beasts, all of them were trembling with fear. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards this direction. The heavenly prince stood on the ancient war chariot and descended upon ancient cities one after another. The human cultivators all sensed this, and there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't frightened. They no longer dared to look down on him. The power of the divine child's bloodline was terrifying and world-shattering. It was like a divine sea wreaking havoc in the heavens. What? No auction house dares to accept this business? No problem, we'll go and sell it ourselves. The group of unscrupulous people drank the Enlightenment tea and studied the stone chessboard. They all burst into laughter. All of them were refreshed and calm, not in the slightest bit anxious to engage in a decisive battle. The great auction houses of the southern region were silent, but there were people who walked through the streets and alleys like selling dogskin plaster, selling a pair of golden underpants for 10 copper coins. Not a single person dared to buy it. Not to mention other things, just the material and the divine patterns contained within were priceless. However, not a single person dared to participate. Of course, this group of unscrupulous people didn't plan to sell it either. They just wanted to create a commotion and slap the heavenly prince's face. They wanted to create a storm and let the entire world know about it. Enter the central region. Within a mountain range in the southern region, the heavenly prince pulled out the undying heaven blade with a clang sound. He immediately slashed through the sky, and a meteor fell onto the ground. The heavenly prince's divine abilities are becoming more and more unfathomable. He can easily summon star fragments, and sooner or later, he will be able to pluck the stars and capture the moon. An ancient race commander said in shock. The great army moved majestically, entering an enormous gate, disappearing into the void, heading north. The central region was no longer peaceful. The heavenly prince's movements were being closely watched by the entire world. Every move he made was related to the eastern wasteland situation. During this sensitive period, everyone was extremely nervous. Reporting to the heavenly prince, the person selling the golden underpants is in the ancient city of Xianhu. Someone came to report with a terrified expression. He was afraid that the heavenly prince would kill him in anger. Kill. The heavenly prince's eyes were cold. He held the undying heaven blade in his hand and pointed forward. Immediately, all the leaves on the mountain withered and fell down. The somber atmosphere was as if late autumn had arrived. However, when they arrived, the person selling the dog skin plaster had already disappeared and was no longer here. Reporting to the heavenly prince, that person has appeared in the ancient city of Hidden Moon. Chi. The heavenly prince's black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was intimidating as he slashed down with his blade. Blood radiance stretched for hundreds of li, completely evaporating a boundless lake in front of him. At the same time, dozens of broken mountains appeared at the end of the great earth. The 8 divine generals rushed towards the 9 great ancient cities in succession, but in the end, they were all in vain. They couldn't catch up to the enemy, so they were filled with endless resentment. This great army stirred up a heaven-overflowing killing tribulation, and everywhere they passed, all life would tremble. They were like a group of heavenly soldiers. The winds and clouds were stirring in all directions, and the mountains and valleys were trembling. Birds and wild beasts prostrated themselves. Their imposing aura was incomparable. We have deduced that they will definitely appear in the ancient city of True Xian. We can go and ambush them and kill them all. The ancient races also had people who were proficient in calculations and could divine the future. They could pry into a strand of heaven's mysteries, and when they spent a great deal of effort to calculate, they would be much more accurate. Unless he has an emperor weapon on him, or if his bloodline is blessed by the heavens, becoming more powerful than the children of God, he cannot escape my deductions. Good. The heavenly prince nodded. He had a group of people continue the pursuit, and then he secretly brought some people to the ancient city of True Xian to ambush the great enemy. Now, everyone knew that the enemy was doing this on purpose. Peddling the so-called golden underpants was to humiliate him, and it was an alternative response to what he said about them being useless. True Xian City was a city of sages in the central region of the eastern wasteland. During the Desolate Era, this city produced more than one sage, and that was how it got its name. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city was extremely oppressive, to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Regardless of whether it was the teahouses or restaurants, no one spoke loudly. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. It was because a dog skin plaster was peddling golden underpants, making everyone keep quiet out of fear and take a detour around him. Today, I want to see where you will run to. Suddenly, a berating voice rang out, almost causing the entire city to collapse. A large army appeared, filling up the sky like a black mass. The heavenly prince stood on top of the ancient war chariot. His face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. The demonic blade in his hand pointed downwards, and his powerful aura swayed like ancient stars. Kill! A group of ancient race experts rushed towards the figure in the city. Killing intent pervaded the air. They wanted to use the cruelest methods to capture this person alive and leave him for the children of God to deal with. Suddenly, a multicolored light blossomed above the ancient war chariot. It was like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, shattering the 9 heavens and piercing through the dark clouds. It turned into an immortal rainbow as it arrived. Yifan held a divine spear in his hand. His body soared through the sky and struck towards the heavenly prince's skull. This stunning spear illuminated the past, present, and future as it pierced through the heavens. Immortal light shone brilliantly, and auspicious multicolored light gushed out. The past, present, and future seemed to have been pierced through by this spear. Primal chaos shot out in all directions, and a mighty force capable of opening a world surged out. Pooh! In the heavens, the crown of the heroic body that held the demonic blade exploded. Blood surged several meters into the air, and his corpse fell onto the war chariot. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I knew you would be like this. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from another direction. A person held a blazing heavenly blade and hacked over. Another heavenly prince appeared. What happened just now wasn't real. At the same time, phoenix cries shook the heavens. An immortal phoenix danced about, spreading its wings and taking to the 9 heavens. Roar, a Chilan roar shattered mountains and rivers. Another heroic male's blood flowed like thunder, filled with explosive power. He brandished his fist forward. Meanwhile, there was a blue-haired woman at his side. She was beautiful and moving, but the energy she released was like that of a deity descending into this world. When her step descended, heaven and earth split apart. The 4 great ancient princes took action at the same time, locking down this place. They didn't give the assassin a chance to live, wishing to trap him. Chi! However, the one trapped within immediately turned into a streak of clear energy, scattering into heaven and earth. It was useless no matter how they sealed him up. At the limits of the horizon, Yifan's true body opened his eyes. 2 torch-like beams of light shot out, and he soared to his feet. The heavenly prince held the black dark gold rod in his hands. I have already locked onto the heavenly prince. I will definitely kill him in the central region. Chapter 1056. Kneel here. If you don't appear, I will slaughter the entire True Xian city. The heavenly prince was extraordinarily handsome, but at this moment, his expression was terrifying. The demonic blade in his hand was about to hack apart the city below. Hua! The true Xian city seemed to have exploded. The cultivators fled in all directions like disorderly birds. They died in vain here, and the mortals were even more terrified. They cried and shouted as they rushed towards the city gates. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. He has completely shed all pretense of cordiality to force us out. Perhaps he thinks that you are a human and can't let go of everything. The sacred prince said to Yifan. You dare. Suddenly, a heaven-overflowing aura rushed out from the true Xian city. A powerful demonic saint aura pervaded the air, causing all directions to tremble. It was as if a star domain had descended. What? A saint's aura? A demonic saint is hiding here to cultivate? Everyone was shocked. It's the Black Turtle Saint. Dongfang Ye's hair was disheveled. He laughed like a savage, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The reason why they chose this city was because they heard that the Southern Mountains' barbarian race's divine protector, the Black Turtle, had come here to reminisce. As such, they chose this place as their last stop. A trifling Dao executioner like you dares to boast shamelessly. You want to destroy a human city? If you dare move, I will skin you alive. A cold voice transmitted from the true Xian city. No one expected that there was a demonic saint overseeing the true Xian city. The fleeing people all calmed down and were no longer afraid. No matter how powerful the heavenly prince was, he still didn't dare to provoke the demonic saint's might. Otherwise, a single finger would be enough to crush him to death. Saints transcended the scope of humans, and this type of heavenly moat was insurmountable. Even though it was said that saints couldn't take action, there were restrictions. The premise was that you didn't provoke them. If you dared to slaughter a demonic saint city, then even if you were killed 10 times over, no one would dare to say anything. Chi! The heavenly prince clenched his teeth. His expression was incomparably gloomy. He slashed open the blue dome of heaven, carving out 100-li-long abyss that turned into a black hole that devoured all things. There was a ball of anger in his heart, but he didn't dare to truly destroy this city. Otherwise, not even the archaic ancestor would be able to save him and would be killed on the spot. Go! The heavenly prince's thick hair fluttered in the wind as he carried the heaven saber and left. The ancient chariot streaked across the sky, rumbling as the 8 divine generals followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Huang Shudao, Hua Qilin, and Hua Lin all disappeared from the sky dome. Their cultivation was heaven-defying, no one able to stop them. They came and went as they pleased, no one knowing where they were hiding. This city cannot be slaughtered. I will go and wipe out the other 10 cities. I will make the earth flow with rivers of blood and bones. Let's see if you will come out or not. Cold words resounded through the sky. Everyone had expected that the son of the Heaven Emperor would bring such a large force to the south. There would definitely be rivers of blood and tens of thousands of corpses. Who would have thought that it would be even more vicious than they had expected? The ancient war chariot rumbled. The heavenly prince stood on it with a heavenly blade on his back. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, and his black hair covered half of his face. His killing intent shook the 9 heavens. Strange beasts galloped, and the 8 divine generals turned into a torrent of steel, crushing through the sky. The sound of their hooves rumbled, and even the void trembled under their stomps. Banners fluttered in the wind. This army was filled with killing intent, and cold light shone from their iron clothes. They were full of killing intent. They wanted to flatten dozens of cities in one fell swoop. They had endured enough. They're here. This emperor has already prepared a large bag outside True Xian City. Let's see where you can run to this time. The Black Emperor sneered. In the distance, the heavenly prince said with a cold expression, apart from saints, the only one who can enter my undying palace without making a sound is that dog. This old servant is ashamed. It is difficult for me to deduce that dog's movements. An ancient race elder beside him bowed. He knew divination techniques and could deduce the mysteries of heaven. During these years, others might not dare to challenge the heavenly prince, but this dog was not one of them. He had laid down a great formation to obstruct the Son of God. Even though it ended in failure, it had still shaken the world. I hope it doesn't appear. Otherwise, I will make it suffer the consequences. The heavenly prince's eyes were cold as he gazed into the distance. Far away from True Xian City, the 8 divisions' divine generals had just entered the skies above a mountain range when a world-shocking killing intent suddenly appeared. Streaks of heaven-reaching sword energy cut through the heavens from the tens to over 100 mountain peaks below. What? Someone dares to obstruct the heavenly prince. Several hundred mountain peaks revived and turned into great Dao traces. They intersected and formed a sea of stars. One could clearly see ancient stars appearing one after another, revolving there. This place seemed to have become a star domain. Ah! The ancient race cried out loudly. A large group of people collapsed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. Their snow-white bones were almost dyed in blood as they flew in all directions. No one expected the killing situation to suddenly unfold. Not good, Heavenly Prince, we've fallen into a trap. This is a boundless great formation, and it was clearly prepared a long time ago. The 8 divisions' divine generals were greatly alarmed. The ancient beasts all cried out. This place was in great chaos. There was an expanse of ancient stars revolving within the sea of stars, and each time they moved, there would be a world-destroying force sweeping outwards. Pooh! In the blink of an eye, more than 10 powerful ancient race experts turned into bloody light. It was as if they had been crushed by a large millstone, turning into blood and shattered bones. It was difficult for them to resist. There's no need to panic. I knew it would jump out. Arrange the formation flags for me and counterattack. The heavenly prince shook his hand, and a total of 108 great flags flew out. Every single one of them had complicated and profound patterns on them. Archaic formation flags. In the distance, the Black Emperor's heart jumped. These formation patterns were extremely powerful, and they were actually going to shatter the ancient stars. Hong! The 108 great flags shook, and this sea of stars collapsed. Many ancient stars exploded, as if a part of the universe had been destroyed. It became a terrifying black hole and nothingness. Rise! The Black Emperor shouted loudly. 49 formation platforms flew out, and every single one of them had a gentle luster. They revolved around the trajectory of the Tao, suppressing the killing situation here. Insignificant tricks. I've been waiting for this day to kill all of you together. The heavenly prince said sinisterly. He opened his mouth and spat out. 3 special ancient flags of heaven, earth, and human flew out, suppressing this place. Not good. Several years ago, I ambushed him and almost killed him. These are formation flags that were specially set up to deal with me, the Black Emperor said in a low voice. It can't be that we've been countered by him instead, right? Li Tian asked. These were refined by the archaic ancestor kings. Fortunately, I've made many preparations. Hurry to the other 3 directions of the City of True Virtue and move the other formation platforms here. We'll attack together. They had set up a trap for the heavenly prince to come to the southern region and lure him into the City of True Virtue. There were killing situations everywhere, and now, they had only activated one of the great formations. I'll go move the formation platforms. Yao Yuekong, Yan Yishi, and the others went together. They already knew how to arrange the great formations, so they could do it. Not long after, the great formations overlapped, and the 4 formation platforms operated at the same time. The collapsed sea of stars appeared again, and the world-destroying aura was obvious. This time, the Black Emperor had put in a lot of effort. He used all the power he had accumulated over many years. He wanted to kill the heavenly prince and the 8 divine generals under him. Hong! However, there was a deafening explosion. All of the great flags that the heavenly prince had set up were shattered and set ablaze. A path was torn open, and the divine generals charged out. The 8 divine generals followed behind. Their banners fluttered, and an army of thousands pressed down on the border. They broke through and charged out, their armored horses trampling through the heavens. How detestable! The archaic ancestor kings used the formation left behind by the undying heavenly emperor as reference, and they set up a targeted formation. Even I can't do anything about it, the large black dog said with a sigh. The heavenly prince's formation flags had all been destroyed, but the black emperor's formation platforms had also been reduced to dust. The army charged out unscathed, and the main force was not affected. Let's go, charge into the southern region, and wipe out everything related to Yifan. The heavenly prince issued a killing order. He couldn't find the Black Emperor and the others even when he opened his heaven's eye. He was incredibly cruel, and he wanted to wipe out the place where Yifan had made his debut. Because it originated from the southern region, he wanted to wipe out all traces of it. Although he has come for me, it seems like he suspects that you have returned, the large black dog said to Yifan. It's hard to say. Because the Black Emperor has a close relationship with Yifan, he is driven to desperation, and wants to eliminate us at all costs. That is why he has gone crazy, Li Tian said. This is troublesome. Although he has set up a killing trap, he actually has a great flag to destroy the formation, the Black Emperor said. Then let's fight, the sacred prince said in a deep voice. He had him open the region gate and head to the southern region. Let's go. Yifan also nodded. The southern region was in an uproar again. The heavenly prince had returned. Now, he had completely thrown caution to the wind. In any case, he had been utterly humiliated, and even his golden underwear had been auctioned off. This time, he didn't hesitate to vent his anger on many innocent people. I once heard that Yifan had once cultivated in a small sect spirit ruin paradise in the forbidden area of the ancient desolate era. In that case, let's turn it into ashes today, and don't leave anyone behind. The heavenly prince's expression was cold and emotionless. His eyes were like ice, and they were cold and eerie. In the past, these ants were nothing in my eyes, but today, I am angry. I will make all the humans in that place die without a place to bury their bodies. That region was called Yen country, and it was a small country. The forbidden area of the ancient desolate era was located in the center, and the spirit ruin paradise and 6 other small sects surrounded the mountain range. Boom! The southern region was in chaos. The heavenly prince led the armored cavalry south, and they were completely unrestrained. They trampled a few human sects to the ground, and blood flowed freely. Severed limbs flew everywhere, and the Dao mountain was razed to the ground. They charged into the center of the southern region, unafraid of incurring the wrath of the humans. They began a massacre, and continuously destroyed over a dozen sects in an iron-blooded expedition. All of this was because these sects blocked their path. Every time this happened, the heavenly prince and the 8 divine generals would directly swing their sabers and hack at the giant mountains in front of them. Blood flowed endlessly. It was a pity that these sects were massacred just because they appeared in the direction of the armored cavalry. Large amounts of cultivators were slaughtered, and corpses and blood covered the ground. The southern region's resentment soared into the heavens, but many people didn't dare to speak out. This army was too powerful. Even though more than 10 sects were destroyed, not a single person dared to stand out. Ah! Master! Wails sounded. On the path of the armored cavalry south, a medium-sized sect was destroyed. A young man roared in grief. His entire body was covered in blood as he stood on a broken mountain. He angrily brandished his halberd and faced the 8 divine generals. Pooh! However, the 8 divine generals whistled past. One of them easily pierced through him with a spear. Blood dripped out as he was stabbed into the spearhead, and he was carried several dozen li away. No matter how he struggled, it was all useless. Blood flowed from his chest, and in the end, he died with everlasting regret. Bastard! In the rear mountains, an elder came out from isolation. He faced the sky, but he was slapped down by an ancient race expert on a strange beast. His sternum caved in, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His head of snow-white hair was dyed red, and his turbid eyes gradually dimmed. "Grandpa!" A white-clothed girl cried out in despair. She staggered over and hugged the old man's corpse, weeping bitterly. "You are demons. The heavens will not let you go." Tears rolled down the girl's face as she hugged the old man's corpse and wept helplessly. A cold laugh rang out, and a rider rushed over. The ancient race expert slashed down with his saber, and with a flash of snow-white light, the white-clothed girl was powerless to resist. Her head, which was still young and tender, flew out with a large amount of blood. The headless corpse fell to the side of the old man's body. "Today, no matter who it is, anyone who stands in our way must die." The heavenly prince stood on the ancient war chariot and coldly said as he watched everything unfold. The 8 divine generals became even more unbridled as they charged straight for the southern region. They wanted to avenge the heavenly prince and destroy the spirit ruin grotto heaven. What they did on the way was just a matter of convenience. That place was their ultimate target. The southern region was overflowing with resentment. More than 10 sects were destroyed, and many human cultivators were slaughtered. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up into small mountains. The entire eastern wasteland was shaken. Finally, the Yen land was close. The heavenly prince glanced ahead and suddenly personally took action. A resplendent divine spear appeared in his palm and he tossed it out. Boom! No one expected the heavenly prince to be so cold-blooded. One spear pierced through a city inhabited by mortals, and the Yen country's capital city collapsed in an instant. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Countless terrified humans' bodies split open, and blood splattered everywhere. The entire city was turned into corpses, and the entire ancient city was smashed into ruins mixed with bloodstains. My goal is the spirit ruins paradise, but anyone who stands in my way will be flattened. The heavenly prince coldly said. Cleanse them all with blood. The 8 divine generals were shouting and their horses neighing. Every one of them was stained with the blood of humans, which was spilled by the sects they destroyed on their way to the south. Bastards! Yi Fan and the others chased after them. The Black Emperor's great formation was ineffective, and they couldn't eliminate the heavenly prince and the 8 divine generals. Instead, they were able to break out of the encirclement. They followed them and saw too much blood along the way. Yi Fan was the first to attack. The dark golden spear in his hand swept through the army, and its sharp point was like a blade. It cut through a group of ancient soldiers, and blood splattered for 3,000 feet. Wang! The heavenly prince attacked. He swung his jet-black iron rod and smashed it towards the heavenly prince's skull. His bravery was unrivaled, and the black rod caused the sky dome to crack. The heavenly prince met him head-on. The undying heaven blade in his hand emitted a blinding light that swept up tens of thousands of blade lights. Even the great Tao was suppressed under it, and its offensive power was unparalleled. Dang! The blade and rod clashed, and the sound was deafening. It was like 2 stars colliding, and the mountains in all directions collapsed. The earth sank hundreds of feet deep. The killing power was incomparable. The cry of a phoenix shook the 9 heavens. On the other side, an imposing man appeared like an immortal phoenix descending from the 9 heavens. He took a step forward, and the phoenix void Tao appeared. His entire body was curled up by Tao marks, and he looked very blurry and unreal. Hong! Yi Fan faced him head-on, and a fist smashed out, blocking his path. However, on the other side, Huo Lin, and Hua Qi Zi also appeared. They rushed straight for the heavenly prince, and they were about to take action. These two were terrifying. Their blue hair danced about, and their bodies were like divine bodies. A single drop of blood could penetrate this world, and the supreme blood force of ancient emperors was displayed. You guys should come over as well. A clear aura appeared above Yi Fan's head, and it turned into another him. He cut off the path ahead and stopped the two. Chapter 1057. Yi Fan blocked Huang Shudao, Hua Qilan's, and Hua Lin's paths. A dark golden spear swept through the sky, wanting to fight the three ancient princes alone. On the other side, the sacred prince held his dark golden rod and confronted the heavenly prince. The great Tao between them resonated and rumbled, emitting a sound like that of a landslide or a tsunami. The land below was a scene of desolation. The Yen capital had been reduced to ruins, and there were bloodstains everywhere. Broken limbs were scattered in every corner, hidden in the rubble. Not a single person in the city survived. They were all killed by the divine spear thrown by the heavenly prince. Not even a single cultivator could escape. Blood was everywhere, and the scene was too horrible to look at. You guys finally showed yourselves. None of you should think about leaving alive today. The heavenly prince roared. His incomparably handsome appearance didn't suit him at all. Heavenly prince, you even attacked mortals. Do you have any humanity left? The sacred prince shouted. Humanity? You guys ransacked my palace, stole my Dao treasure, and humiliated my character. Isn't that the same? The heavenly prince retorted. He didn't care about the deaths of the people in the city at all. The sacred prince scolded, how can this be compared? You led your troops to encircle me, so naturally, we are mortal enemies. We won't rest until one of us is dead. Whether it is destroying your palace or killing your troops, it is all normal. Yet, you killed the innocent and dragged these mortals into this? They have nothing to do with you or me, yet they died for no reason. Just a group of ants. I can destroy them with a wave of my hand. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Since they blocked my path, I'll kill them all. That's nice, the heavenly prince said. His eyes became colder and colder. Just because of what you said, I will definitely kill you today. Yi Fan spoke. The dark golden spear emitted a shocking divine radiance. Humans are truly useless. They are purely emotional creatures. I only massacred a city of people, yet you already came out. The heavenly prince said slowly and coldly. Not only the human race, I think all the other races are the same. Perhaps only a cold-blooded person like you doesn't care about human lives, Yi Fan said in a low voice. If you had jumped out earlier, there wouldn't have been a need to do this. You only came out now because you were scared of me. Now, no one can save you all. Today, I will wipe you all out. The imperial prince said coldly. Who do you think you are to say such words? Is it me or the sacred prince who is afraid of you? You're truly awe-inspiring. You've invited 3 ancient princes, 8 divine generals, and several half-saints to assist you. It's obvious who's afraid. Yi Fan coldly said, if you have the courage, come and fight me. If you are afraid, I will fight you with one hand, and that is enough to suppress you. Yi Fan's words were crisp and clear. He challenged the heavenly prince in front of everyone, saying that he wanted to fight him single-handedly. He had the other ancient princes and half-saints back off, directly asking him if he dared to fight. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy to fight with me. Today, I'll kill this monkey first before I deal with you. The heavenly prince said coldly. You finally dare to fight me one-on-one? The sacred prince's eyes were fiery. The golden fur on his body flickered with sparkling luster, full of fighting spirit and battle intent. He was so excited that he was trembling. It wasn't hard to see the temperament of the battle's sacred ape race. They were born for battle, crazy for battle. The more powerful the opponent, the more excited they would be. Right now, he really wanted to roar towards the sky. There's no sense of accomplishment in killing a monkey like you. It's too much of a waste of time. Dao brother Fire Qilin, come over and kill him with me. The heavenly prince said. The Fire Qilin's body was tall and sturdy. A head of thick blue hair draped over his shoulders. When his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out like two divine lamps. His horns were extraordinary, and he had the bearing of an emperor. He was like an archaic deity. Within his body, the sound of blood rushing through the blood vessels was like a landslide or tsunami. It was deafening, making many people's faces turn pale. It was as if a great emperor was hibernating within his body, ready to revive at any time. When he took a step out, all of the clouds in the distant sky scattered. It was as if he could easily split apart the entire world with a raise of his hand. The power of his bloodline was incomparably powerful. Boom! Yi Fan blocked with his fist, blocking his path. The short contact between the two caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Thousands of cracks extended out in the void, and the distant mountains collapsed. Swoosh! Their figures staggered as they each stood in the sky, facing each other from afar, emitting a terrifying aura. You coward, you will never reach your father's height. The sacred prince's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at the heavenly prince. The heavenly prince was surprised. He didn't expect the mysterious human expert with the dark golden spear to be able to confront the Fire Qilin and not be at a disadvantage. He coldly said, "How laughable. What meaning is there in doing this? I dare say that even if you stop us, there will be many humans who won't appreciate it. They might even blame you for bringing disaster upon themselves." Yi Fan was silent. What the other party said was true. The human heart made one feel helpless. Sometimes, one could only sigh. The heavenly prince had always been a radical and advocated for the extermination of the human race. First, he lobbied the Valley of Gods to exterminate the Southern Mountains barbarian race. Then, during the Jade Lake Assembly of Myriad Races, he did his best to encourage the archaic ancestral monarchs to attack the human race. If this person became a saint, he would have no scruples and would flatten many great sects of the human race. This would definitely be a great disaster. Yi Fan took action to deal with him, wanting to eliminate all future troubles in one battle. However, even if the heavenly prince had always wanted to exterminate the human orthodoxy and even killed the innocent this time, there would still be human guardians who would jump out and blame it on Yi Fan. He shouldn't have provoked the heavenly prince. All of this was predictable. Stop wasting time, this is a battle of life and death. Today, I will take your life. The sacred prince took action. He didn't want to waste time. It was rare to have a one-on-one battle with the heavenly prince, so he wanted to use this chance to kill him. Wang! The iron cudgel swept across the sky, crushing everything. The great wastelands collapsed, and even the Tao of heaven and earth trembled. The sacred battle apes were natural warriors with unparalleled offensive power. Dang! The heavenly prince's hair was disheveled. He held the undying heavenly blade in his hand. The snow-white blade radiance hacked through the heavens and collided with the dark golden cudgel. Immortal light shone brilliantly, scattering down millions and millions of strands. Every strand crushed a mountain ridge. The great wastelands in the distance collapsed, turning into an expanse of dust. The lush and flourishing mountain range was immediately left bare. Not a single blade of grass grew, flattened into flat land. The sacred prince fought against the heavenly prince. This was a battle that hadn't happened in more than 10 years. This was a great battle between ancient princes. It was enough to shake the world and make the entire eastern wasteland tremble. It has begun. The heavenly prince is fighting against the sacred prince. This is a continuation of the archaic emperor's unfinished battle. It has finally appeared again. Forget about the human race, even the ancient race's experts were dazzled. This was a tremendous battle, and the significance it represented was extraordinary. The undying heavenly emperor was high up above, respected by all races. He surpassed deities, and every ancient race expert worshipped him. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Fighting was the last emperor of the archaic era. His fighting prowess shocked the ancients and dazzled contemporaries. He was unmatched throughout the archaic era and similarly made others revere him. And now, the battle between their sons created an unprecedented atmosphere. This was an indirect battle between the ancient heavenly emperor and the sacred emperor. Who was weaker and who was stronger? Dong! Yi Fan and Huang Shudao made their move. A fist smashed out, pressing forward courageously. Stars shone brilliantly in front of the fist, and the splendor tore through the vast sky. Their divine bravery was unmatched. After the two collided intensely, they both flew backwards. Huang Shudao's entire body was extremely indistinct. He was covered by the great Dao's traces, and no one could see his true appearance. However, there was no need to doubt his strength. He only lived for the Dao in his life. Hong! The fire Qilin was about to take action to kill the sacred prince. He was like a blue barbaric dragon that tore through the sky. His body shattered the void, and everything in all directions collapsed. The powerful aura made all life tremble, and all of the birds and beasts in the great wastelands fell to the ground. At the same time, Huolin also moved. Her blue hair flickered, and she was like a goddess that descended into the world. Her eyes were resplendent, and she was no longer as gentle and beautiful as before. Hong! Her jade-like hand brushed down, and heaven and earth collapsed. Nothing could stop her. Yi Fan's true body faced off against the fire Qilin, and his Dao body faced off against Huolin. They blocked their path. An intense collision unfolded, and the entire sky was trembling. What? He wants to fight 3 ancient princes alone? In the distance, even the 8 divine generals were shaken. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. What kind of boldness was this? He dared to do this alone. Arrogant. Does he really think he's the reincarnation of a great human emperor? He dares to fight 3 alone like this? Hong! An intense battle erupted. Yi Fan single-handedly stalled the 3 ancient princes. His speed reached its peak, and it was so fast that it made people tremble. His 2 bodies attacked the 3 of them. Kill! The 8 divine generals also took action. There were a few half-saints hidden among them. Not a single one of them rushed towards Yi Fan, because they felt that the 3 ancient princes were enough to kill him. All of the experts rushed towards the monkey, wanting to help the heavenly prince kill him. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Clanging sounds of swords rang through the air. The Black Emperor and the others attacked, pushing a great formation forward. They stopped the 8 divine generals there, preventing them from providing assistance. A chaotic battle erupted. As time went on, many human cultivators arrived. It was unknown just how many great powers from all over the eastern wastelands arrived. They hurried over to witness this world-shocking battle. Yi Fan stopped the 3 ancient princes. At first, he didn't carry out a life-and-death battle and only bought time for the heavenly prince. Despite this being the case, they still fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone was shaken to the point of being speechless. What kind of deity was this exactly? He was fighting against 3 ancient emperor bloodlines alone. He is using tricks to break all methods. With the help of the Dao body, it is normal for him to temporarily stop the 3 ancient princes. When the time is up, he will definitely fall. A few ancient race experts also arrived and watched the battle from the distance. Even though it is said like this is still shocking enough. He is at least at the ancient prince level, but he is only a human. Could it be that he is the son of an ancient emperor? Yi Fan's battle against the 3 ancient princes shocked the entire world. There wasn't a single person who wasn't stupefied. They were all tongue-tied. Get lost! The fire Qilin shouted angrily. He finally used an unimaginable power. Blue light surged like an ocean. The immortal phoenix spread its wings and shook the 9 heavens. Huang Shudao's figure became even more indistinct, but his attacks became several times more ferocious as he attacked Yifan. Yifan's eyes were blazing. His true body and Dao body moved at the same time. Large amounts of starlight appeared, enveloping Huang Shudao, the fire Qilin, and Huolin, within. Hong. Hacking apart the 9 heavens and earth, Yifan seemed to have split apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths, establishing a world of his own. Primal chaos pervaded the air, and ancient stars appeared one after another. They slowly rotated and released matchless and unmatched might. He moved great stars one after another, as if an immortal king had descended into the mortal world. He released world-shattering power. His true body and Dao body blocked the 3 in the sea of stars. This is. More and more people hurried over. Regardless of whether it was the ancient race or human experts, they were all incredibly shocked. He really is fighting 3 great ancient princes alone. Yifan took action. His aura was majestic. Ancient stars with life rotated one after another, releasing incomparable fluctuations of power. Every single ancient star could turn into a Dao sword, a cauldron, or a great bell. It was incomparably powerful. Chang. An ancient star turned into a Dao sword and hacked downwards. Dang, another ancient star released the sound of a great bell. Long and drawn-out divine waves shattered the sky dome as they swept towards the 3 ancient princes. This was a great battle that left everyone dazzled. They were all excited to the point of trembling. Sacred Prince and Heavenly Prince were fighting to the death. The battle had reached its climax. Meanwhile, Yifan temporarily stopped the 3 ancient princes alone. This made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. Chapter 1058. In the vast starry sea, ancient stars rotated one after another. They were filled with the imprints of life, and every single one of them was majestic. When they came together, it was as if a star domain was falling. A drawn-out bell sound resounded through the world. In this star domain, the great star that had turned into a sacred bell emitted Dao sounds that swept through all directions. Clear ripples spread out. Wherever they passed, the star domain would wither, mountains would collapse, seas would boil, and all things would be destroyed. However, Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others weren't ordinary either. Every single one of them had profound cultivation and magical force that swept through the heavens. Every single one of them was a peerless genius. They were all the number 1 of their respective great worlds back then. It was only because the path to immortality was sealed until now. They appeared in the same world, or else how could they have met? If even one of these characters appeared, it would already be heaven-defying. Even though Huang Shudao's body was blurry, he still stood within the great Dao traces. However, he was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. His aura could devour mountains and rivers. With a punch, the great bell formed from ancient stars immediately stopped rippling, and all the ripples were stopped. A phoenix cry tore through the starry sea. It was even vaster than the sound of the ancient bell. Huang Shudao struck out with his arm, and it was as if a heavenly hurricane swept through the sea of stars. The sacred bell cracked, releasing an ear-piercing shattering sound as it exploded in the void. At the same time, the phoenix cry rang out incessantly, rushing through the sea of stars. Ancient stars exploded one after another, and a large portion of the star domain Yifan displayed instantly dimmed. Dong! Yifan and Huang Shudao clashed head-on. It was a true confrontation. Both of their bodies shook violently, and then they both flew backwards. The starlight dimmed quite a bit once again. Ah! Fire Qilin let out a long roar. His blue hair scattered behind him. Even though his figure was tall and slender, he was like an ancient barbaric dragon. His blood energy covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths as he used the great Dao to suppress down. The eyes of Yi Fan's other Dao body were like two sharp blades. He also rushed forward courageously to meet the attack head-on. His fists and fingers contained the true meaning of the six Dao. Pooh! The two of them fought. Their physical bodies clashed, and the great Dao confronted each other. Innately, they competed against each other, and it was incomparably intense. They turned into two spheres of light that intertwined with the Dao marks. Whoosh! The two figures separated. Many ancient stars split apart, the star domains growing dim. The real land was even more ruined. The battlefield had pushed 800 miles into the great wasteland. The mountain ridges were broken, and the main peaks were razed to the ground. Nothing was left. Boom! The sacred prince fought against the heavenly prince. Both sides were truly enraged. The black iron cudgel swept out in all directions, shattering all things. The undying heaven blade even more so hacked apart the 9 heavens, releasing endless strands of Dao light as they continuously fought back. Pooh! The sacred prince coughed out blood. The golden fur on his body stood on end, making him look like a resplendent golden war god. His battle intent surged. His entire body was covered in holy light, and his bravery was unrivaled under the heavens. However, he was still injured in this battle. The heavenly imperial prince was not much better off. His handsome face was flushed red, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The monkey's rod was as heavy as 1,000,000 kilograms, making him feel extremely strained. Both of their fathers were exceptional legends, one revered by all races, starting from the beginning of the Archaic Era, the other ruling the Archaic Era, passing away in meditation during the final years of the Archaic Era, facing each other from far away. The battle between the Sacred Prince and the Heavenly Imperial Prince drew many people's attention. The Sacred Prince is fighting against the Heavenly Imperial Prince. This is a different continuation of the battle between the Emperor of Fighting and the ancient Heavenly Emperor. How exciting! The emotions of many people from the ancient races were fluctuating. Quite a few people were so excited that they were trembling. They all clenched their fists tightly as they watched nervously. That human cultivator is too powerful, right? He actually temporarily stopped 3 ancient princes by himself? Even though it is said that after a long time, he will inevitably die, this still feels too unreal. Absolutely brilliant. Even the big names of the ancient races were moved. In all directions, on every mountain peak, cultivators were boundless. They were all watching from the distance, and there were naturally a few famous human sects among them. When there were so many people, there were naturally all kinds of opinions. It was because everyone's point of view was different. This is a tragedy. Just what kind of people are they? Why did they provoke the Heavenly Imperial Prince, causing so many sects to be destroyed and the innocent mortals of Yendu to die miserably? They are truly sinners. I say, Daoistly, aren't you being too compassionate? After so many years, the Heavenly Imperial Prince has ruled over the eastern wasteland. Haven't he killed enough humans? Haven't he destroyed enough Dao inheritances? Everyone is in danger and doesn't dare to resist. Who doesn't know about his wolfish ambitions? Now, someone finally appeared who dares to resist, but he has become a sinner instead? Someone sneered. Even so, he shouldn't have implicated the innocent. Daoistly said loudly. The battlefield is not a fairy tale, not a child's play. People will die at any time, and it has always been cruel. Why implicate the innocent? The Heavenly Imperial Prince has always viewed humans as ants. After so many years, how many human experts have he killed? Who was the one who implicated him? Do you want to blame this group of people? Some people rebelled, and the Heavenly Imperial Prince went crazy, slaughtering innocent mortals to vent his anger. Can you blame the rebels? If that's the case, then all of the humans should just remain silent and become obedient slaves. Then he should fight against the Heavenly Imperial Prince in an upright manner and not scheme like this. That way, he will also appear grand and glorious. Doing so might even implicate us, Daoist Li said loudly. Fair and square. Glorious and glorious? Laughable. The heavenly imperial prince and several ancient princes came together. Does he plan to fight alone? There are also several unfathomable half-saints helping him. If a human expert with a dark golden spear fights like this, is he waiting to be surrounded and killed? No one can fight against so many princes. Moreover, it is the heavenly imperial prince who cowers and doesn't dare to fight alone. In the end, he is the one who is glorious and magnificent. Finally, there is an expert who dares to challenge the heavenly imperial prince, but he has become a vile character instead. What a heaven-defying logic. But didn't he still fail? He let the heavenly imperial prince break out of the encirclement outside True Xian City, but he didn't obtain any results. In the end, it still won't work. Someone on the side said. The battlefield isn't a fairy tale. Who can sing triumphantly the entire way and win? Who dares to stand out and resist? After so many years, when the heavenly imperial prince moved unhindered through the world and slaughtered human experts, what did everyone do? Where were you all? Aren't you all just cold and detached spectators? This humble Daoist only believes in his own eyes and only looks at the results. He didn't obtain any results, so it won't work. He might even implicate us. Daoist Li spoke again. Daoist Li can't even be considered someone who understands the situation after the fact. Can't you see through the things that have already happened? How can you say that this battle didn't have any results? If these people didn't provoke the heavenly imperial prince's wrath and force him into a killing trap, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. Many people became silent. These words weren't false. The heavenly imperial prince brought with him terrifying formation banners, but they were all used up in this battle. If these people did as Daoist Li said and fought with radiance and blood energy, they might all be wiped out in one fell swoop. They would become nothing more than ashes under the formation banners, dying a meaningless death. Since we already know the heavenly imperial prince's temperament, we naturally have to fight against him. Many people nodded. The heavenly imperial prince had never planned to fight alone. He had invited so many terrifying helpers and laid out a wide net. If these people still wanted to fight against the radiance banners, wouldn't they be fools? If the formation banners hadn't been broken outside of True Paragon City and the heavenly imperial prince suddenly attacked, these people would definitely have fallen into a passive state. Some of them would definitely have died miserably. This humble Daoist only looks at the results. In the end, aren't we still fighting here? The ancient race's experts are stronger than the human race and have many ancestral kings. From Daoist Zhang's point of view, there's no need to fight. We can just become slaves from now on. What's the need for this process? Everyone should remain silent. Breaking down the undying heavenly emperor's formation banners and fighting step by step is meaningless. From Daoist Zhang's point of view, the human race shouldn't fight and should just accept the adversity and serve the various races. Daoist Zhang opened his mouth and said, even so, after seeing the heavenly imperial prince break the formation, he went south and slaughtered countless people. Why are they cowering and not stopping him? Many people shook their heads and didn't say anything. This was an obvious matter. The heavenly imperial prince could open the realm gate with a raise of his hand. How could they stop him? He went all the way south. Who could be sure of his coordinates? It was already a miracle that this group of people could intercept the heavenly imperial prince so quickly. If it wasn't for experts proficient in transport formations, who knew where they would be tossed to? These are all excuses. These people want to stand on a moral high ground and fight against the heavenly imperial prince. How hypocritical! Daoist Zhang said. Everyone shook their heads and felt that this was ridiculous. What else was there to say when it was so obvious? This group of people had been fighting against the heavenly imperial prince from start to finish. When did they find any excuses? They always targeted him and resisted step by step. The great battle on the battlefield became more and more intense. Everyone's discussions increased as well. They opposed each other with equal harshness and neither side gave way. Even though Yi Fan, the sacred prince, Huang Shudao and the others were in the middle of the great battle, they could still hear it. It was because they all had the heavenly ear divine ability. The heavenly imperial prince laughed loudly and then became incomparably cold. He swept his gaze over Yi Fan and the others and revealed a mocking smile. What he said had become the truth. So many mortals had died. Yi Fan felt sorrow in his heart. Facing the heavenly imperial prince's provocation, he remained calm because he had long since expected this. They had previously angered the heavenly imperial prince, and the results were obvious. They had lured him into a certain death situation. The Black Emperor laid down a 4-layered Great Emperor killing formation to trap him. Who in the world could resist? This time, they couldn't kill the heavenly imperial prince. It wasn't that the situation wasn't good enough, but rather that the heavenly imperial prince's bloodline's foundation was too powerful. All their efforts were wasted here. Now that the battle had reached such a state, even if one wasn't a saint, they would all die. Fortunately, they had the Black Emperor's great formation to resist. Otherwise, the heavenly imperial prince would have wiped them all out in one fell swoop. With so many terrifying formation flags coming out, the mountains and rivers would lose their luster, the sun and moon would lose their color. The heavenly imperial prince laughed coldly and swept his gaze across Yi Fan and the others. He used his divine sense to transmit his voice, "I really can't kill you guys anymore. Next time, I might as well go and massacre 10 mortal cities. I don't even need to do anything. Your human race will kill you all on their own and make you all sinners of the past." The battle was shocking. In the distance, people were arguing. These people offended the heavenly imperial prince for no reason. In the end, they have incurred his wrath and will most likely implicate us. What a mess. The ancient race is so strong. Can these people fight against them? Why do they have to kill the heavenly imperial prince? They are putting us in danger for no reason. You guys are really muddling along. The heavenly imperial prince's desire to destroy the human race has never changed. If he were to become a saint, the calamity would be unimaginable. Do you guys still have any backbone? This time, borrowing the heavenly imperial prince's hand to kill the heavenly imperial prince might be the only chance. If not for these people, why would the heavenly imperial prince be so angry? What's the use of such resistance? This old man feels that their actions are a bit excessive. They should be calm and detached, devise strategies, and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. That is the embodiment of a hero. How do we decide victory? Could it be that you guys have already gotten used to the ancient race's high and mighty status? There are occasionally those who resist, but they are instead treated as heretics. If this continues, are you really going to become numb to it? The heavenly imperial prince heard everything clearly. After hearing it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His gaze became even colder. Yi Fan's heart was calm. What he saw wasn't much. On the other side of the starry sky, were there few people like this? But when one encountered a robbery, everyone would avoid it. Suicide would attract the attention of others, but they would be indifferent and even ridiculed. The example of war made one's heart go cold. They were merely a group of spectators, cold and numb. On the battlefield, the battle became even more terrifying. Even the heavens have to listen to my words. The earth has to respect my will. Heavenly Imperial Prince, what qualifications do you have to fight against me? The Heavenly Imperial Prince roared. His aura continued to rise. His hair was disheveled, and his pupils were terrifying. Hong. He held the heavenly blade in his right hand, and his left hand moved about, connecting to the void. At the end of the boundless outer space, wind and thunder immediately erupted. Divine winds howled angrily, and chaotic energy erupted. At this moment, the entire great wilderness became oppressive, making people feel like they were suffocating. All of the cultivators were alarmed. They could clearly see an expanse of meteors falling from the heavens. Every single one of them was incomparably enormous, drawing out dazzling light. They came from beyond the heavens, bringing with them a world-destroying aura. The meteors from outer space flew over in large numbers. This type of might made all life tremble. The heavenly imperial prince's methods were heaven-defying. His words were the law, and his actions were the law. It was simply like he was going to destroy the world. All of the meteors rushed towards the heavenly imperial prince, and the entire world was trembling. Break for me. The heavenly imperial prince seemed like he was about to merge with the Tao. He struck out with a large amount of great Tao trajectories, dispelling the meteors. He wanted to guide the meteors into outer space once more. However, he failed. He had no choice but to use the black iron rod to furiously strike the 9 heavens again, fighting head-on. Dang! In front of the enormous meteors, the monkey's body was as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, he still smashed it with a single strike, turning the star fragments into a pile of dust. However, there were truly too many meteors. All of them were enveloped in the radiance of the great Tao. Their might overflowed into the heavens, shocking the entire world. The heavenly imperial prince slashed horizontally and vertically. A tremble of his arms contained the power of trillions. However, when faced with the attacks of the great Tao of the meteors, it was still somewhat difficult for him to withstand. These were star fragments that carried the divine might of the great Tao. How many people in the world could block them? Only someone with a physical body like the heavenly imperial prince could resist them. Pfft! The monkey coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was still heavily injured. When he destroyed the last star fragment, his body swayed. Wang! The heavens and earth trembled. The heavenly imperial prince opened his mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. This was innate chaotic energy. His eyes were wide open in anger, and his golden hair stood on end. What's the point of standing up for these numb people? The heavenly imperial prince sneered. Even the meteors couldn't knock down the monkey. This made him feel a little uncertain. The other party was not weaker than him at all. The monkey's innate chaotic energy rushed over. The heavenly imperial prince had no choice but to use all his strength to resist. However, he was still forced to continuously retreat. With each step, he spat out blood, dyeing the undying heavenly blade in his hand red. Dang! The two of them fought again. It was a life-and-death battle, a clash of life and death. On the other side, Yifan's true body and Tao body faced the enemy together. They also fought crazily, using their extreme divine abilities to block the 3 ancient princes. They couldn't escape. It was also extremely thrilling, and the great battle was boiling. In the distance, more and more people gathered. Most of them came from the great sects of the human race. There were even many people of the ancient royal bloodline. They were all watching this soul-stirring battle. Chapter 1059. Roar. After fighting for a long time, the fire Qilin revealed an impatient expression, showing signs of going crazy. His head of long blue hair danced about chaotically. He released a long roar, and this world collapsed. It was like a doomsday flood, as well as the descent of the 9 heavens stellar streams. This was a Qilin roar. Once it was released, mountains and rivers would collapse, seas would evaporate. The archaic Qilin ancestral king could directly shatter the moon. As an ancient prince, the fire Qilin had the most powerful blood flowing through his body. He had long severed his Tao for many years and was powerful enough. Right now, his roar naturally made the heavens explode. Nothing could stop this sound wave. Within the 100,000 great mountains, 10,000 beasts cried out in grief. Flocks of birds fell to the ground, all of them trembling as they laid on the ground. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they worshipped in this direction. Meanwhile, the pressure Yifan who bore the brunt of this could be imagined. The blue Dao ripples turned into ripples, making the void collapse inch by inch. His true body and Dao body were in great pain. Fight! Yifan released a shout from his mouth, releasing Dao sounds. He used a world-shocking secret technique to defend, using offense as defense. He used the Battle Saint technique to produce the Xianxia sound, turning it into the fight character as it rushed out. This was an intense collision that shocked the eastern wastelands. Ripples spread outwards. They didn't seem to be intense, but the destructive power was astonishing. Large amounts of mountain peaks that pierced through the clouds were shattered. Meanwhile, the boundless heavens turned into primal chaos, because everything exploded. Nothing was left behind. Apart from himself, there was nothing else. Everything seemed to have returned to its original point, returning to the beginning of heaven and earth. Divine winds roared angrily, demonic light erupted, primal chaos mist pervaded the air, and all things were silent. In this boundless void, Yifan's true body and Dao body coexisted. Apart from them, all deities and creatures withdrew. The two Dao shouts were unstoppable. A clear roar sounded. Huolin appeared, rushing over together with his older brother. The two Qilin roars appeared, making this place even more terrifying. The heavens exploded inch by inch, primal chaos surging violently. This was an astonishing scene. Heaven and earth splitting power appeared, and it was as if deities and devils were weeping. Hurricanes swept through the great void. A Dao shout turned into a heavenly river that was incomparably brilliant. At the limits of the horizon, everyone trembled. What kind of power was this? No wonder he could kill a half-saint. Just this kind of ability was enough. How many people could contend against him? Everyone secretly rejoiced that they were far enough away. This kind of ripple could definitely destroy their bodies and souls. As long as they were affected, not even a hair or bone would be left. Yifan's hands moved about, forming the heavenly star domain. He shouted, resisting the Qilin roar. Meanwhile, ancient stars with life appeared in front and behind him. The sun and moon rotated, and the great stars were reborn, stabilizing the universe. In the distance, Huang Shudao frowned. He didn't make a move and quietly watched the results. His indistinct body was becoming more and more unfathomable. Boom! After the last strike, Huolin, and Wuxia were forced to retreat. Yifan and his Taoist body also trembled. This pair of Qilin brother and sister was really powerful, which made him sigh with emotion. Just whose edge is shining brighter? This human cultivator is ridiculously strong. He has been able to hold on for so long without dying. How long can he last? The many legendary figures from the ancient race were left shaken. Huang Shudao raised his arm like an immortal phoenix striking the 9 heavens. His attack power was peerless and domineering. The power of his right arm shattered all the chaos. The brilliant divine light of phoenix wings swept out and enveloped Yifan. Thump! This was the first time Yifan had such a serious expression while fighting with him. Every strike made him feel a majestic power. Huang Shudao's Dao marks and physical body were unparalleled in the world, which made Yifan feel danger. For so many years, who could compete with the divine physique of the human race? And now, Huang Shudao had done it. He was the most courageous in the world, like an immortal phoenix dancing. The experts from the Blood Phoenix Mountain shook their arms with the power of millions and millions. Everything would collapse, and all things in the world would be destroyed. Not many people in the mortal world could withstand it. Wuxia let out a long roar and attacked again. His battle intent was even stronger, and his destructive power had increased by a large margin. Clearly, he was getting serious. Yi Fan had never underestimated the ancient princes. It was the same in the past, and it was still the same now. In a real battle, the son of the ancient emperor was even more powerful than he had imagined. He was far stronger than the 8th-generation descendants of the ancient emperor like Yuan Gu. Not only was he a true imperial prince, but he was also a well-known figure among them. It was impossible for the ancient emperor to only have one son, so those who could be chosen to be bestowed the title of the current generation were definitely the best. If I hadn't gone against the great Tao, today's fate would be unpredictable. It could be said that he had blocked 3 of the ancient emperor's sons by himself. This could be considered a miracle, and the spectators had long since been dumbfounded. There had never been a lack of geniuses in this world, and everyone's fortunes were different. No one could say that they were favored by the heavens alone, and no one dared to say that they were invincible in the world. In the past, Yi Fan had started out late, and he had worked hard to catch up and finally transcended. However, it would be naive to say that he could view the ancient princes as ants. Which one of these characters was ordinary? There was no need to mention the heavenly prince's bloodline, and he was born with the eye of fortune. This was a heaven-defying immortal treasure that could strengthen one's body by countless times. Even the generations of origin master before Yi Fan had not obtained it. As the heavenly prince grew up, he was even accompanied by the divine tea tree. He drank Tao Comprehension tea every day and cultivated with the Tao Comprehension ancient tree in his hand. Moreover, at the end of every month, the heavenly prince would have a life and death battle with the young immortal emperor. This was a cultivation method that ordinary people could not hope to achieve, and it was even more powerful than Yi Fan's heaven-defying great Tao and the young great emperor. However, these were all things that outsiders could find out. As for what the immortal emperor had left for him, no one knew. Perhaps, all of this was only the tip of the iceberg. From the heavenly prince, it was not difficult to guess that Huoqilzi, Huangsudo, and the others must have similarly heaven-defying fortunes. Their starting points were very high, and they were blessed by the heavens. Every one of them was a heaven-defying character that could look down on the ages. The greatest knot in the hearts of the immemorial emperors was to open the path to immortality and step into another world. Unfortunately, they could not see any hope, and could only place all their efforts on their sons. This was the continuation of their hopes. In a sense, these people were placed with high hopes. They were the people that the immemorial emperors had wholeheartedly nurtured, and they would become immortals in their place. In the end, they would surpass the ancient emperors. Only, whether or not they could surpass the ancient emperors was hard to say. However, at present, they were definitely the strongest among their peers. While Yi Fan was astonished, the hearts of even more ancient race experts, including Huoqilzi and Huang Shudao, were shaken. This opponent was so elegant, and he was definitely an imperial prince-level character. Otherwise, why would he dare to fight 1 against 3? Even the ancient emperors might not be able to do so. That was because with Huoqilzi's and Huoqilzi's natural talents, as well as the painstaking care of their fathers, they would definitely not be weaker than any of the young great emperors. He is fighting 1 against 3, yet he still hasn't been defeated. How long can he last? Is this a legend? This is the graceful bearing of an imperial prince. It is breathtaking, or else who could do this? He is definitely on par with the ancient emperor. The son of the ancient great emperor has finally appeared. The ancient race experts were horrified. They couldn't help but be shocked by this battle. It was intense and dazzling, like immortal pearls shooting out brilliance. The splendor of this moment was enough to illuminate the entire mountains and rivers. It was engraved in everyone's mind, making their emotions rise and fall on a magnificent scale. Many people from the human race felt their blood boiling. It was as if they had returned to the era when the ancient great emperor was born. The ancient great emperor rose up in a chaotic world, illuminating all directions. He quelled the chaos and maintained peace, suppressing the world for a long time. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were at peace, and no one dared to bully the human race again. This person cannot be left alive. A few experts from the ancient race said in a low voice. In that instant, some of the human cultivators felt their bodies go cold when they heard this. Li Daozhang and the others even began to discuss, worried that they would anger the ancient race and bring about a great disaster. If you want to kill me, then come and try. Yi Fan released a long roar. His pupils were like heavenly swords, shooting out two blazing beams of light. Even though they were quite far away, they still forced the ancient race experts who spoke just now to take a few steps back. Their faces were snow-white. Hong. Yi Fan's aura rose, and his battle prowess rose rapidly. He forced the three ancient emperors back a few steps, and he was actually going to attack the heavenly prince. The fire Qilint's eyes were ice-cold and emotionless. His cultivation and magical power also increased by more than several times as he opposed Yi Fan with equal harshness. However, the heavenly prince in the distance was startled. He was worried that one of Yi Fan's Dao bodies wouldn't be able to rush over and help the sacred prince kill him. The heavenly prince's Dao heart immediately became a bit unstable. He was able to rope in Huolin, and the others because the price he paid was enough to move the ancient emperor's bloodline. However, whether or not they would really risk their lives for him was another matter. Pung! The sacred prince's heart was as unmoving as a boulder. His gaze was cold, and his every movement became even fiercer. The murderous light drowned out everything in all directions. He was unstoppable, and the heavenly prince was beaten until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and retreated. The heavenly prince released a long roar. His beautiful face was filled with shock and anger. He was confident that his bloodline was number one under the heavens. As the only son of the undying heavenly emperor revered by all races, he couldn't tolerate others injuring him. Even though the sacred prince was also heavily injured and coughed out blood from time to time, the heavenly prince still found it hard to accept. Only he should be able to injure the enemy, and no one should be able to injure him. Sacred prince, what qualifications do you have to fight against me? My father gave me the number one physique under the heavens, and I cultivated the number one immortal scripture since birth. You will forever be trampled under my feet. The heavenly prince was close to going crazy. He unleashed endless killing moves and endless wondrous techniques, causing some of the half-saints to feel their hair and bones go cold. They definitely couldn't block him, and they would undoubtedly die if they went up. My father gave it to me. He gave me the entire world. The sacred prince replied, and his attacks became even fiercer. The battle saint's blood was boiling, and his battle intent was high. It was as if he wanted to strike down the 9 heavens. What did you say? The heavenly prince roared in anger. My father didn't leave behind a Dao protector for me, and he also didn't prepare any immortal treasures that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. He only gave me a free world, allowing me to strike the 9 heavens and descend into the 9 underworlds. I can soar freely without being bound or shackled. The sacred prince's expression was incomparably calm. However, at this moment, his aura flourished even more. He was invincible, the sole ruler of the world. He became increasingly domineering and aggressive, almost about to suppress the heavenly prince. The sacred prince's words were so deafening that even the deaf could hear them. Huang Shudao, Huolin, and Hua Qi were all shaken. Meanwhile, the heavenly prince seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body staggered, and the monkey followed up. The jet-black iron rod smashed down, sending him flying, and a long stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The heavenly prince's angry roar could only be withstood by his physique. If it was someone else, they would definitely be turned into a bloody paste. He experienced a difficult struggle before recovering from his disadvantageous position, but his Dao heart became unstable. This was because he recalled the undying heavenly emperor's gift, which gave him 2 paths. The first path was resplendent with light, Dao protectors, peerless immortal treasures, and everything else. The other path was the undying heavenly blade, which allowed him to cut down the Tao comprehension tea tree and shatter many immortal treasures to completely sever the first path. And in the end, he chose the former. Father, you are the strongest expert since ancient times, as well as the wisest deity, yet you gave me such a difficult choice. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I will be number 1 in the future. I will choose my own path. The heavenly prince's gaze was frightening as he roared loudly. Not good, the heavenly prince's Tao heart is unstable. Please don't let anything happen to him. The expressions of many ancient race experts changed. The heavenly prince has 8 divine generals following him and a few ancient ancestral monarchs protecting him. The general trend is set by the heavens, but the sacred prince has nothing. Since we chose to stand on the heavenly prince's side from the start, there is no need to hesitate now. We must help him. Some half-sages couldn't hold back and walked forward. They didn't dare to truly attack the sacred prince, but they still wanted to disturb him. They wanted to hold on until the heavenly prince's Tao heart stabilized. Let's see who dares to take a step forward. I will take his life even if he escapes beyond the 9 heavens. Yi Fan shouted loudly. The battle blood in his body was boiling. Seeing that the sacred prince had the upper hand, yet these people wanted to interfere midway and reverse the situation, he used all his strength to let out a long roar. I don't believe in heresy. A half-sage sneered in a low voice and took a large step forward. Kill. Yi Fan's words were like thunder. He only spat out this one word, and a phenomenon rushed out from his body, turning into a giant fiend god. This was the phenomenon of an immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. However, after it evolved, it was like a fiend god descending into the world. Its aura swallowed mountains and rivers, and 100,000 great mountains collapsed. Ho! The fiend god formed from Yi Fan's phenomenon opened its mouth and roared. The wind and clouds in all directions collapsed as it swallowed this half-sage in one gulp. What? This is... Everyone was dumbfounded, and the entire world fell silent. Chapter 1060. A demonic god appeared between the heaven and earth. It was as if he could reach the celestial court and trample the underworld. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled as he looked up. His powerful aura was suffocating. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall and his eyes were deep. He swallowed the half-saint in one gulp, shocking the world into silence. The half-saint roared and struggled in the demonic god's stomach, wanting to fight his way out. He was shocked, angry, fearful, and terrified. He opened his mouth and spat out an iron dagger axe, slashing down with all his might. At the same time, he opened his domain. The radiance of the half-saint rushed up, wanting to cut open the danger zone and come out. However, reality was cruel. His phenomenon domain was completely restrained and was completely useless. Once the human saint body's phenomenon appeared, almost all other phenomena would lose their effectiveness. Only the iron dagger axe moved, wanting to pierce the demonic god's stomach. However, what awaited him was a giant millstone that crushed towards him. At the demonic god's stomach, where the sea of reincarnation was, the sea of bitterness and the wheel of life merged, turning into a world millstone plate that crushed the iron dagger axe into powder. The half-saint screamed as his hair stood on end. At this moment, he felt a special source of power. Through this demonic god's phenomenon, he knew who Yi Fan was. However, he couldn't shout at all. Even his divine sense was suppressed. The world millstone plate fell down. He was filled with unwillingness and fear as his flesh and blood turned into mud. The divine sense of this ancient race half-saint was full of fear. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. His primordial spirit was extinguished and completely dissipated. With a light sound, the fiend god that towered between the heavens and the earth also exploded, completely disappearing without a trace. This place became deathly silent. A half-saint died just like that. He was swallowed in one gulp and died a violent death. At the place where the demonic god disappeared, a large mist of blood drifted. Only this was left. "Let's see which of you dares to take another step," Yi Fan's true body shouted. These words reverberated in the sky like a thunderclap, causing pain in everyone's ears. Many people swayed and almost fell down on the spot. The expressions of the half-sages who had planned to interfere with the battle and help the heavenly prince turned extremely ugly. At the same time, they felt a chill in their hearts. One of their companions had died just like that. At this moment, they were in a dilemma. They had already made a decision, and many people were watching from the side. However, the tragic scene before them made their hair stand on end. Taking a step forward could mean death. If he didn't do anything, he would lose face and feel aggrieved. The others didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. They felt that this mysterious human cultivator was too domineering. A single roar had actually suppressed several half-saints. He had the air of a sovereign overlooking the world. "Those who cross the line will die," Yi Fan's true body shouted. He was on the battlefield and couldn't split himself. He could only do everything he could to unleash a domineering strike like this to intimidate the enemy. In the end, the faces of those half-sages turned pale. Not a single one of them took another step forward. All of them were petrified and didn't dare to move rashly. To them, staying alive was the most important thing. A gust of wind rose in the great wastelands. Everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. No one said anything and everything became quiet. They were all shaken. This was especially the case for those ancient race experts who whispered that they couldn't let Yi Fan live. They felt a wave of fear. At this moment, they clearly felt a gaze sweep over them. It was as if blades were scraping at their bones. The battle was still ongoing. The heavenly prince witnessed everything, and his Dao heart became even more unstable. He was swept by the monkey's rod, shattering the divine gold crown on his head. The immortal hairpin was even more so turned into powder. His black hair immediately scattered down. His heart was filled with anxiety and anger. He brandished the undying heaven blade. Blade radiance rushed into the heavens as he resisted with all his might. On the other side, the fire Qilan's expression became much colder. He stared at Yi Fan's true body and Dao body. He raised his battle prowess by another level and blocked their path, not giving them a chance to attack again. Yi Fan didn't attack again either. According to the current situation, he only needed to block the three of them for an hour, and then the sacred prince would definitely win. It was because the heavenly prince's Dao heart wasn't stable, so his defeat was only a matter of time. The metal rod in the monkey's hands released woo-woo sounds. Every time it descended, there would be black cracks extending in all directions. Dazzling sparks erupted as it clashed with the undying heaven blade. Many people were looking forward to this battle. They were all overwhelmed with emotions. Even during the Radiant's ancient era, no one had ever seen a battle between emperors. The battle between their strongest heirs was undoubtedly a type of comparison. Pooh! The heavenly prince's mind was uneasy. He took another strike and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he felt fear. He was scared that he would be defeated. He had never fallen into such a bitter battle before. He didn't feel any fear even when he fought against the young undying heavenly emperor. It was because he knew that his father's Dao marks wouldn't truly kill him. He could fight to his heart's content and not worry like now. What kind of person was the sacred prince? He had wandered back and forth between life and death for so many years. He grew up in great battles and fought against the heavenly prince's Dao protector for so many years. His experience was abundant. His gaze turned into tangible torches as he became even more powerful. He attacked boldly and pressed forward step by step, making the heavenly prince more and more uneasy. There were several close calls and he coughed out blood from time to time under the black metal rod's divine might. In reality, the heavenly prince's constitution was indeed unprecedented and incomparable. The divine abilities he cultivated were also world-shattering. There was nothing to say about his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to seriously injure the monkey. However, at this moment, he lacked a type of imposing manner. He didn't have the true indomitable will to press forward without fear of life or death. He didn't have the will to take down the enemy with him. After fighting to this point, the monkey's body was also covered in scars, to the extent where it might even be a bit more serious. He didn't have the immortal treasure or the Tao comprehension tea. He completely relied on himself to reach this step. Even if he had an uncle, he didn't care about him at all. He left him to fend for himself and fought for the world on his own. He sat on Mount Meru and didn't come out, as if he had forgotten about him. However, his fighting spirit was even more resolute than iron. He fought until the heavenly prince was terrified and his Tao heart completely lost balance. At this moment, the heavenly prince began to retreat step by step, narrowly escaping death. "Monkey, don't force me. At worst, I'll just cripple half my cultivation and use immortal treasures to destroy your soul bone. You don't have these things, so there's no way you can contend against me," the heavenly prince said coldly. The sacred prince's movements were bold, and he became more and more composed. His eyes were filled with confidence, and he pressed forward step by step, almost suppressing him. He said, "Apart from what your father left you, what do you have? Today, I will definitely kill you." Dang! The jet-black metal rod smashed down. Sparks flew in all directions, and the undying heavenly blade trembled continuously. The heavenly prince's arms became numb. He felt uneasy and became more and more passive. Hong! The heavenly prince's fist smashed out, striking towards the heavenly prince's head. The fist aura was incomparably domineering, carrying with it endless great Tao trajectories as it covered everything in front of it. The heavenly prince roared angrily. He retreated while blocking. He was in a sorry state, and anyone could see that he was going to lose. In the distance, many famous ancient race figures saw everything clearly. They all looked at each other in dismay, and then some of them couldn't help but sigh lightly. The heavenly prince's bloodline and foundation can be said to be number one under the heavens. In reality, his cultivation seems to be a level higher than the heavenly prince's, but he is going to lose. The ancient heavenly prince left behind some exceptional immortal treasures, and they indeed helped the heavenly prince become stronger, allowing him to surpass the older generation and become unstoppable. However, it is precisely because of this that he lacked the tempering he should have, lacking a type of tenacity. The heavenly prince's foundation isn't inferior to others. He climbed up step by step, his foundation sturdy, and his temperament far surpasses the heavenly prince in the same cultivation realm. He will definitely win this battle. The heavenly prince's blade swept out, at the same time hacking towards the monkey with his palm. The heavenly prince used the metal rod to block the heavenly blade, ignoring that palm and sending a fist smashing towards the heavenly prince's head. Battle energy and blood energy drowned out the eastern wastelands. The heavenly prince was alarmed and furious. The other party was like a fugitive, exchanging lives with him. He didn't want to die like this. He retreated in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, using exceptional secret techniques to defend himself. The heavenly prince naturally didn't want to perish together with the enemy. This was completely a psychological attack. After seeing through the heavenly prince's temperament, he became more and more valiant. Pooh! The metal rod swept downwards, smashing into the heavenly prince's shoulder. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, making his body stagger. His bones continuously released cracking sounds, and cracks appeared, almost breaking apart. Ah! The heavenly prince cried out loudly. His hair was disheveled, and he activated all types of wondrous techniques. It was as if he had gone mad as he fought the monkey. On the other side, Yi Fan felt extremely strained. Huang Shudao, Huolin, and the others increased the intensity of their attacks. It was because Wuxia Xianxia and the other two were invited out, obtaining great benefits. They couldn't just watch as the heavenly prince died. Yi Fan felt extreme danger. First, the bloodline power within their bodies became stronger, and second, they might have some great killing weapons on them. He had a bit of friendship with Huolin before, but now, it was definitely useless even if he brought it out. Before the true core benefits, what did those things in the past count for? Since you are heading south, there is no way we will watch as the heavenly prince falls. If we dare stop you, we will let you die in vain. Wuxia Xianxia spoke, his expression cold and ruthless. At this point, if he still didn't go all out, the heavenly prince might die. It would be too late then. Talk after you get past me. Yi Fan said coldly. I don't want to fight pointlessly. I'll just directly kill you. Wuxia Xianxia said coldly. A terrifying aura seeped out from his body, shooting straight at Yi Fan. The power of an emperor weapon. Yi Fan's expression changed. He had always been worried about this great killing weapon, and now, it actually became real. He had a type of hidden worry a long time ago. If these people brought the ancient emperor weapon south, then it would be a gargantuan problem. That was why he always felt restraining fear. Hong. Yi Fan activated the army symbol and shook the immortal cauldron in his body. In the past, it was already difficult to activate the two pieces of green copper. Now, he still couldn't take the initiative to use it, but he could use it for defense. Sensing a strand of emperor's might shooting over, a layer of brilliance appeared on the surface of his body, blocking this murderous aura and preventing it from entering his body. What? Wuxia Xianxia's expression changed for the first time. This kind of situation meant that the other party definitely had an emperor weapon. Otherwise, how could they stop his might? Wang. Wuxia Xianxia's body shook and erupted with a dazzling multicolored light. All of it shot towards Yi Fan, as if an archaic emperor was descending and reappearing in the world. A giant blue qilin appeared in the sky, emitting endless light. Its divine might was vast and majestic, and its aura could devour mountains and rivers. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. The ancient prince was heading south, and the degree of terror far exceeded normal people's imaginations. If Huang Shudao also came with an ancient emperor weapon, then it would be even more difficult. However, since the battle had already reached this stage, and the sacred prince had the upper hand and was about to kill the heavenly prince, he couldn't retreat no matter what. He had to stop these three. Chapter 1061. In the present world, only extreme Dao Emperor weapons could threaten the Green Cauldron. Even holy artifacts were useless, unable to activate it. At this moment, it was floating up and down within Yi Fan's body while flowing with immortal light and resplendent auspicious radiance. It formed a barrier of light on the surface of Yi Fan's body, and it obstructed the terrifying killing intent. The fire qilin's head of blue hair fluttered about, as if a true blue qilin had come to life. It roared proudly between heaven and earth, releasing a great roar that made everything around it tremble. Open! The fire qilin roared loudly. A fist smashed forward, carrying traces of the great Tao. It was as if the 9 layers of heavens were cleaving down, surrounding Yi Fan below. The blue blood in his body boiled, and the ancient imperial weapon became one with him. He punched out, aiming for Yi Fan's head. This kind of attack was unimaginable. Bang! Yi Fan brandished his fists, and a brilliant light bloomed between his palms and fingers. An extremely strong and powerful fist aura whizzed out, wrapped in a layer of brilliance. The green cauldron automatically protected itself, resisting the might of the archaic emperor. Lightning radiance shot in all directions between the two's fists and fingers. Kacha sounds rang out, streaks of blue lightning and immortal radiance tearing apart the void together. This place was terrifying beyond compare, turning into a giant black hole. The entire sky disappeared, turning into a black abyss. It was destroyed beyond recognition, exploding inch by inch, turning into a land of nothingness. The dimensional space devoured everything. Yi Fan and Fire Qilin both backed up, looking at each other in disbelief. They both felt like there was something wrong with the other party's emperor weapon, that it might not be real. Boom! Huolin had slaughtered her way here. She was afraid that something might happen to her brother, so she used the trump card she had brought to the south this time. However, she still couldn't kill this great enemy. This was enough to make her worry. The blue light annihilated the heaven and earth, and a large amount of chaotic energy filled the air. The power of Huolin's brush was so strong that it made one's bones and body tremble. Bang! Yi Fan and her slender jade-like hand collided head-on. All kinds of patterns of the great path spread out, causing his body to shake violently. If it wasn't for the celestial light overflowing from the green cauldron covering his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Another ancient imperial weapon. He revealed a look of disbelief. How was this possible? Could it be that the Fire Qilin cave had two ancient imperial weapons? This was a bit unrealistic. Huolin also revealed a strange expression. Her water-blue long hair scattered about, her eyes bright and white. She also discovered that this person's body wasn't a true emperor weapon. It was a bit strange. Could it be that it's the same as ours? Fire Qilin's expression was indifferent as he turned around to look at his younger sister, and he had a rough answer in his heart. Boom! The two of them attacked again, attacking murderously. The sky dome of this place completely exploded, becoming an expanse of primal chaos, isolated from the outside world. Yi Fan's fist continued to collide with their palms and fingers. Tens of thousands of traces of the Great Path appeared, clashing head-on with this pair of invincible siblings. The might of the ancient emperors was oppressive, almost suffocating. It's not a real ancient imperial weapon. It's an imitation of a forbidden weapon. In the end, Yi Fan finally figured it out. This was a type of heaven-defying ability that required rare divine materials to construct. However, it could only be used a few times before it would self-destruct. Whoosh! After the final strike, they separated. Huolin and Huaqi Zi were bewildered. They were sure that Yi Fan didn't possess a true monarch weapon, but they didn't know what it was. Pop! Suddenly, a light sound rang out from the distance. The time limit for Yi Fan's Dao body was up. It turned into a strand of clear air and disappeared into the sky dome. Huang Shudao immediately lost his opponent. He was stunned, and then his eyes became deep. His body was hidden within the traces of the Dao, difficult to see clearly. The world returned to peace. The chaotic energy dissipated, and the world stabilized. Several people confronted each other, reappearing in the sky dome. No one said anything. Just now, they used the power of the extreme Dao, but it was all released through their fists and fingers. They didn't truly activate the immortal artifact, so the power they displayed was less than a 10,000th of it. It didn't spread in all directions, or else even their own arms wouldn't be able to endure the powerful fluctuations. Moreover, they fought into the primal chaos, so the sharp spiritual senses of the spectators couldn't detect them. As a result, even though some people felt a momentary palpitation, they didn't know that they had used the ancient imperial weapon. The Dao body is declining. Is the true body still far from dying? A few ancient race legends muttered in the distance. They believed that the situation was about to be reversed. Yi Fan frowned. The situation wasn't looking good. After the Dao body disappeared, there was no way it could immediately reappear. They had to wait for a long period of time. Do you really want to fight to see who is stronger and who is weaker? From start to finish, we didn't come here for a life and death battle. Huolin's eyes swirled about. The three of them all obtained tremendous benefits, and that was why they agreed to head south. There was no way they would truly fight to the death for the Heavenly Prince. They had always been a bit perfunctory. Yi Fan naturally knew that the other battlefield was a true life and death battle. The Sacred Prince and Heavenly Prince had long been seriously injured. Each time, it was a confrontation of the great Tao, and one of them would definitely fall. Meanwhile, not a single one of them was injured on this battlefield. He understood clearly what kind of situation this was. We've already reached this step. If you still don't move out of the way, don't force me to kill you. The Fire Qilin said coldly. Come and give it a try. If you can't get past me, then there's no harm in killing you. Yi Fan opposed with equal harshness, revealing his killing intent. The other battlefield had already reached a crucial moment. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to obstruct or interrupt them. After paying so much, if he still couldn't kill the Heavenly Prince, then that would be too sullen. Roar! The Fire Qilin released a great roar. His head of blue hair stood on end, and he was completely angered. The heavens and earth immediately collapsed as he slaughtered his way over. He's going all out. The ancient prince on this side is also going all out. The ancient race and human race great sects famous figures were all alarmed. Hong! Yi Fan was fearless. His right hand forcefully shook, and 6 strands of fist intent smashed forward. The boundless heavens exploded, and his black aura scattered. He faced the Fire Qilin head-on, wishing to smash him into a bloody paste with a single fist. Not good. Huolin Er's expression was shaken. Fearing that something unexpected would happen to her older brother, she also attacked over. Her snow-white jade-like fingers shattered the sky, imprinting towards Yi Fan's temple. On the other side, Huang Shudao turned around and directly rushed towards the Sacred Prince. He couldn't just watch as the Heavenly Prince was beaten to death. There was no time to waste. None of you should even think about leaving. If you can't get past me, then everything will be for naught. Yi Fan released true flames and used extreme speed to continuously clash with Huolin Er and the Fire Qilin. His flesh tore apart the void to stop Huang Shudao, and then they exchanged over 100 blows. Everyone gasped. This person was truly powerful, and his speed was inconceivably fast. Now, the 3 ancient princes were angered, yet he still dared to act like this and actually stop them. It could be said that he was unfathomably deep. Since you want to die, then I'll help you. The Fire Qilin said coldly. He raised his hand and used the 9 Qilin forms. This type of secret technique merged with his body technique, and its power was boundless. This was the first time he used it since the start of the battle. You think I'm scared of you? Yi Fan was fearless. He opened his mouth and roared, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. Not only did he face him alone, he also swept through Huolin Er and Huang Shudao. Joining forces to fight someone like you is disrespectful to both of us. I do want to spar with you alone to verify my Tao. But not today. I can't let the Imperial Prince die, Huang Shudao said calmly. That's right. Then let's fight. If I'm not careful, I might slaughter 1 or 2 of you. Yi Fan replied. Arrogant. Even Huolin Er's beautiful face revealed killing intent. Hong. A great battle of life and death began. However, a shocking change happened at this moment. The Black Emperor and the others used the Great Formation to trap the half-saints and the 8 divine generals. Originally, they were evenly matched, but now, an external force interfered. It was actually a human expert who slaughtered his way over on a golden ancient war chariot. His battle intent surged and rumbled as he crushed through the heavens. He charged straight into the Great Formation. A majestic figure stood on the war chariot. His black hair scattered behind him, and his gaze was like cold lightning. His entire body surged with blood energy as he shot into the sky like a heavenly emperor. Around him, 9 true dragons coiled about, 9 immortal phoenixes flapped their wings and soared into the sky. 9 white tigers roared at the moon. Their brilliance covered the sun, making him look like a heavenly emperor descending into the world. Wang Teng, it's actually him. After so many years, he has been defeated again and again. He hasn't appeared in the world for 10 years. I didn't expect him to kill his way out today. He was once a peerless prodigy of heaven known as the North Arch. He was respected as one of the strongest youths of the human race. However, ever since he was defeated by Yi Fan, he couldn't recover. No one expected him to come out today and break the formation with the celestial the Arch War Chariot. He tore a corner of the formation and turned the situation around. It's actually this bastard who messed things up. The Black Emperor was furious. He had used up all the formation platforms in the City of True Virtue and all the divine materials he had accumulated over the years. In this place, he could only use ordinary materials to carve a formation. It was barely able to resist the 8 divine generals, but it would collapse after a long time. He thought he could still hold on for a while, but he didn't expect the North Arch to come. The last ant hole appeared and broke the great formation. In everyone's eyes, the North Arch was like a hot knife through butter. He tore a corner of the killing formation and barged into the battlefield. The 8 divine generals rushed out like a flood. Kill! Shouts of killing shook the heavens. Even though the 8 divine generals had suffered heavy casualties and many of them had fallen in the Black Emperor's great formation, none of the half-saints died. They all rushed out. How hateful! The sacred prince almost killed the heavenly prince. Yi Tong's eyes were red as he clenched his fists. At this moment, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The 8 divine generals all rushed out. This was a huge disaster. They attacked towards the heavenly prince, and there were many who went to kill Yi Fan. Use the goddess furnace to suppress it. Don't let a single person get close to the sacred prince. The Black Emperor shouted. Li Tian and Yen Ishi activated the goddess furnace. It enveloped the heaven and earth and released boundless saint might. However, some of the half-saints also had it. They used it to resist in the formation just now. Hong! Blood light overflowed into the heavens. This place was boiling as the battle reached its climax. It was a scene of chaos. There was killing intent everywhere, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Wang Teng laughed coldly. He was actually not much weaker than the ancient prince. It was unknown just how much bitterness he had suffered during these years. Today, he completely erupted. After attacking the Black Emperor and the others, he drove the golden ancient war chariot straight towards the sacred prince. You dare! Yi Fan was furious. At this moment, he shot out 2 black arrows one after another. They tore through the sky and killed the half-saints and 8 divine generals. They even more so stopped the unstoppable Wang Teng. You aren't the only one with a divine artifact. The Fire Qilin laughed coldly. Right now, they weren't in a hurry anymore. It was fine even if they didn't save the heavenly prince. The 8 divine generals were definitely an unstoppable flood. He took out a heaven art halberd. It was also a divine artifact and blocked Yi Fan's path. A terrifying aura shook heaven and earth. Yi Fan had no choice but to call back a black arrow to protect himself. Then, he even more so brought out that stone core. His true body entered and used it as battle armor to slaughter in all directions. This place completely exploded like boiling water. Several divine artifacts appeared at the same time, all of them reviving. This was a devastating disaster. Mountains collapsed, seas dried up, the earth cracked, and the heavens exploded. It was impossible for anything to exist. The 8 divine generals suffered heavy losses. 30% of them died in the chaotic battle. However, those half-saints were too powerful. They had already slaughtered their way to the heavenly prince's side and dealt a heavy blow to the sacred prince. Ho! Yi Fan's roar shook mountains and rivers. He didn't care about the 3 ancient princes' obstruction. His hair stood up in anger as he frantically slaughtered his way forward. All types of blood splashed everywhere. The ancient race fell row after row. His entire body was dyed red. No matter who comes, I must kill the heavenly prince today. Those who stand in my way must die. Yi Fan shouted. He transmitted his unshakable will. He hated Wang Teng to the extreme for helping the ancient race. Chapter 1062. Yi Fan was mad with hatred. His eyes were frightening, and his hair stood up in anger. At the crucial moment, all his efforts were wasted. The North Arch actually came at this time and messed up the situation. They were all humans, but Wang Teng did not come to help. He came for revenge. He drove the war chariot straight into the Black Emperor's formation and helped the 8 generals. He turned the situation around, which made Dongfang Yi and the others want to chop him into pieces. PFFF. Yi Fan shook his arm and waved his dark golden spear, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. The heads of the ancient race flew up in front of him. The sharp spear tip was like the edge of a knife. It was bright and dazzling, and it slashed through many throats. Countless heads flew into the air, and fresh blood dyed the sky red. Yi Fan did his best to kill the enemies. He fought in all directions against the 8 generals. Everywhere he went, the wind howled and blood rained down. At this moment, everything changed. The 3 ancient princes started to block him, and he was no longer the one blocking them and not letting him rush over to help. Kill. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes were red from killing. He shouted out the word swastika in the form of a Dao shout. It turned into a violent wave that swept through the sky like a flood. This was a great killing technique that attacked everyone indiscriminately. As it swept through the heaven and earth, Dao patterns spread out, and corpses flew into the sky one after another. PFFF. Yi Fan roared into the sky. His Dao voice rose to a new and terrifying height. The 8 generals that were rushing over fell densely and then exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. In all directions, there were corpses of the 8 generals. They fell like crops being harvested and then collapsed. The sky was filled with broken limbs, broken bones, and blood. This was a blood-stained world. It was an extremely tragic scene. Yi Fan went crazy and used all his methods to rush forward because the monkey in the distance was in a bad situation. The sacred prince had been fighting for so long that his blood qi was almost used up. He was in danger. He was surrounded by the heavenly prince and a few half-saints. Wang Teng was also driving the golden war chariot forward. He could die at any time. The sacred prince had been in a life-and-death battle earlier, and it was different from the battle between Yi Fan and Huang Shidao's group of 3. Up to this point, his combat strength had been almost completely exhausted, and he was practically dried up. The 8 godly generals, a few half-saints, Wang Teng, and the invincible Prince Tian attacked together. Even a true descendant of a god would find it hard to resist. On the other side of the battlefield, the Black Emperor and the others were in a dangerous situation as well. Because a few half-saints amongst the spectators were finally unable to restrain themselves and had charged over. Goddess Furnace, kill him. Raging flames swept about, overflowing into the heavens. The fiery light burned half the sky red, causing many ancient races to feel resentment. The Goddess Furnace was a rare treasure among divine artifacts. It was a weapon forged by Emperor Heng Yu for the founder of the Path of Human Desires, the Great Sage. Its destructive power was great. Clang! The lid of the furnace made a loud noise, and it almost sucked in a semi-sage expert. His entire body was covered in flames, and he was almost burnt to a crisp. Ah, the battle was bitter, and the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. There were many ancient race figures who had joined the battle, and they were all very powerful characters. Hong. Dongfang Yi took action. The wolf-tooth club in his hand swept through the sky, causing the void to collapse. Unfortunately, another semi-sage also brought a broken divine artifact to resist, and the battle became even more bitter. Yi Fan's heart was filled with flames, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately kill his way over. However, the three ancient princes used all kinds of methods to hinder him. Even though he had killed many ancient race experts, he still couldn't rush over quickly. In the end, he released a clear roar, and his phenomenon appeared, traversing the 9 heavens. This was a complicated phenomenon that was entangled together. It was difficult to see clearly, but its power was enough to split the sky. The 8 godly generals suffered countless casualties, and those who were swept by it all turned into pieces of bone and blood. Even the 3 ancient princes were blasted away, unable to stop it. Yi Fan broke free from the Three's pursuit. A dark golden spear hung above his head, and his left hand held the black arrow. His right hand formed the 6-path reincarnation fist as he weaved through the world, slaughtering his way towards the most intense area. Pooh! The black arrow in his hand slashed forward, piercing through a semi-sage in the sky. With a pu sound, he turned into a bloody mist. The great battle had reached this point, and human lives were worth less than grass. There were corpses everywhere, and blood was everywhere. Yi Fan had gone crazy from killing. He was worried that something bad would happen to the sacred prince. Wang Teng, hand over your life. He was invincible, and all those who obstructed him along the way were turned into a bloody paste. The energy in his heart turned into a heavenly blade that rushed out from his mouth. The snow-white blade radiance swept through the army. If Wang Teng hadn't arrived and used the divine artifact to break the Black Emperor's great formation, the situation wouldn't have been reversed like this. The sacred prince would most likely have already been beheaded. Now, the battle situation was completely reversed. The 8 godly generals rushed out like a breached dam, and several semi-sages were freed. The sacred prince who had the upper hand immediately fell into a desperate situation. Yi Fan's killing intent surged. There was a wave of anger in his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately cut down the culprit, Wang Teng. As a human, he actually changed sides at this time and helped the ancient race, changing everything on the battlefield. This made him feel great hatred. It was precisely because of this that the ancient race spectating the battle became restless. Several semi-sages took action, and the current situation was grim to the extreme. There were countless corpses under Yi Fan's feet. He simply didn't know how many people he had killed while charging through the army. Everywhere he passed, blood spurted out and countless corpses were left. Even the 3 ancient princes couldn't stop me. Who among you dares to act rashly? After this battle, I'll kill anyone who makes a move even if they escape to the 9 heavens beyond. The monkey was in danger. Yi Fan roared in anger, and his voice was like a thunderclap that shook the world. It was incomparably terrifying and intimidated the ancient race. However, he was very calm in his heart. A manifestation manifested. Gods and devils stood tall, sweeping out in all directions. The sky was filled with blood and shattered bones, but he didn't stop his enemies. This roar of his did indeed stun many people. At the very least, there were very few ancient race spectators who stepped out. They were all incomparably fearful. When they saw how unrivaled he was like a young devil king, everywhere he passed by, a rain of blood would fall, and no one could stop him. All of a sudden, a supreme killing intent appeared behind Yi Fan's back. If this sword pierced through his immortal foundation, even if he had the saint body of a human, he would still die a miserable death. Yi Fan abruptly turned and a black arrow arced through the air. A crisp ding sound rang out, resounding through the 9 heavens. In this bloody battle, someone wielded a secret treasure and clashed head-on with him. When he was about to arrive, that person blocked his path, cutting off his connection with the sacred prince. You are also a human. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. Although this person had the appearance of an ancient race expert, when he operated a mysterious art, the offensive Dao force he displayed contained the characteristics of the human race. In addition, this was a powerful human who wasn't much weaker than the ancient prince. His strength was even a level or 2 higher than Wang Teng. His obstruction caused Yi Fan's gaze to turn even colder. His battle chi surged as he unleashed his strongest attack. Boom! That person was blasted flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was strange, but his life wasn't in danger. The killing light in the depths of his eyes vanished as he retreated. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to chase after him. He directly rushed towards the sacred prince's location. He attacked like lightning, slaughtering his way through the world. Blood and bones were everywhere. He stepped on the corpses of many ancient race experts as he advanced, finally arriving here. His words just now also angered the fire Qilin. He coldly said from afar, "You said that even the 3 ancient princes couldn't stop you. Today, I will fight you alone." On the other side, the sacred prince had gone all out and was seriously injured. Several half-saints, Wang Teng, who was driving the ancient golden chariot, and the sacred prince, who possessed the world's #1 bloodline power, were attacking together. He was fighting with his life on the line. His physical condition wasn't optimistic at all. The sacred prince looked at Yi Fan and said, "Maybe it's time to leave. You guys go first. I can kill the sacred prince," Yi Fan said in a low voice. Then, he swept his gaze over Wang Teng and another person who wasn't much weaker than the ancient prince. His eyes were frightening. His anger towards these 2 people surpassed his hatred towards the sacred prince. The human race. At the crucial moment, the human race's experts actually interfered. 2 great experts came at once. Normally, they wouldn't come out, but they arrived at this time. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the many spectators. Many people from the great sects of the southern domain didn't come out. Seeing his gaze, many people lowered their heads. As for Daoist Li and the others, they were already hiding somewhere. But the difference was that the ancient race would send people out from time to time, forming a sharp contrast. In the distance, Li Heishui and Li Tian couldn't help but curse. Only 2 people from the human race attacked them. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze. This couldn't be blamed on the southern domain sects. If they weren't half-saints, they would also be courting death. They indeed had their own difficulties. This was how the world was. Everyone was in danger. Even if I'm the only one left, I will kill you. Yi Fan stared at the sacred prince. His eyes were frighteningly bright, shooting out rays of light. The few half-saints couldn't help but take a few steps back. The sacred prince was already seriously injured. Facing such a powerful will and killing intent, his heart palpitated. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. It's impossible for him to come to this world. Today, all of you will die. A tiger wouldn't fall even if it died. With his status, even if he was afraid, he had to speak with force. 1/5 of the ancient race were friendly to the human race. After seeing the human race's development for so many years, they were moved. Another 1/5 of them were neutral, while the remaining 3/5 were very hostile. Now, Yi Fan had intimidated a portion of the spectators, but there were still some who wanted to go down and attack them. Boom! The fire Qilin arrived and hacked down with his halberd. This was a saint artifact. The snow-white halberd blade was as large as a door. Tens of thousands of Dao marks hung down as it suppressed Yi Fan. Clang! Yi Fan held the black arrow in his left hand and faced the dazzling halberd blade. His right hand formed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and punched toward the fire Qilin's forehead. Kill them all for me. The sacred prince shouted coldly. The 8 generals roared in unison. Their roars shattered countless main peaks. The entire desolate land was about to collapse and become a wasteland. In the Ji clan, an ordinary-looking man frowned after hearing the news. He stood up and walked out. Are you going to attack?" A living fossil asked. "Yes." The man's words were simple and forceful. The few living fossils didn't object and couldn't say much. The outside world might not know this person's identity, but they knew that no one could control his will. This usually quiet and ordinary young man suddenly stopped and turned around. The Void Emperor has never been weaker than anyone in his life. He pacified the darkness chaos, suppressed Undying Mountain, and fought against the gods of the outer realms. He never retreated. My Ji clan fears no one, be it the past or the present. There are some things, you can rest assured. In the desolate battlefield. Do you see? They don't dare to attack at all, but my people are increasing. The sacred prince laughed coldly and swept his gaze over the human spectators. He then mocked Yi Fan. Many of the spectators in the southern region lowered their heads. Even if there are thousands of soldiers and horses, I will take your head today. Yi Fan's gaze was sharp as he looked at the sacred prince. He even broke the fire Qilin's halberd. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out. An ancient race half-saint was smashed into pieces by a palm. Blood spurted out into the sky. Who is it? The 8 generals were instantly thrown into chaos. An ordinary-looking man who wouldn't be noticed in a sea of people appeared. He killed a half-saint with his bare hands and directly rushed to the sacred prince's side. His void technique had reached the acme of perfection and was impossible to defend against. With a "pa" sound, the sacred prince's palm collided with the latter, causing the latter to cough out blood and retreat. Chapter 1063. A man of medium height, ordinary appearance, and taciturn suddenly appeared on the battlefield. From killing an ancient race half-sage barehandedly to forcing the heavenly prince back while coughing out blood, his speed was so fast that it made everyone's eyes blur. He walked in the void as if there was nothing in this world that could stop him. He quickly released a second attack towards the heavenly prince, leaving no one able to react in time. Pang! The heavenly prince hurriedly faced the enemy. His body staggered back several dozen zhang. His face was snow-white as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was stupefied. What kind of character was this? He was as fast as lightning, yet he could actually injure the heavenly prince. This truly exceeded everyone's expectations. In the great wastelands, everyone was in an uproar. This person's sudden appearance could be said to be a divine soldier descending from the heavens, injuring even the heavenly prince. His battle prowess was terrifying to the extreme. Previously, the heavenly prince and the sacred prince's great battle had indeed left him seriously injured. Most of his battle strength had been consumed, and he was no longer as ferocious as before. However, he still wasn't someone an ordinary person could injure. In this era where saints didn't appear, even under these circumstances, the only ones who could seriously injure him were imperial princes. Apart from them, no one else could do it. Imperial prince, he is an imperial prince of the human race, or else he wouldn't be able to injure the heavenly prince in the slightest. Another human imperial prince has appeared. The direction of this battle is truly unexpected. It is becoming more and more terrifying, and the people involved are becoming more and more complicated. Everyone had long viewed Yi Fan as an imperial prince because he had enough battle strength. Meanwhile, at this moment, the young man with an ordinary appearance was also placed in this category. Pooh! The heavenly prince was actually blasted flying, almost hacked to death on the spot. That taciturn male's killing moves were completed in one go. His battle strength shocked everyone as he continuously released heavy blows. An imperial prince's style. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. This type of powerful attack left even the heavenly prince speechless. He continuously retreated, unable to utter a single word. Many parts of his body split open, and blood splashed into the heavens. You dare! The 8 divine generals finally reacted. A half-sage took action, rushing forward to stop him. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop him, but that everything happened too quickly. Heaven and earth rumbled. The silent young man struck out with the great steel-breaking hand, and a void steel appeared. The half-sage's body cracked under the pressure, and bloody wounds appeared all over his body. His body almost exploded on the spot. This half-saint was very powerful and had rich combat experience. He used all the strength in his body to retreat, leaving behind a long trail of blood. He flipped over countless times and almost fell into a ditch. Everyone was shocked. This ordinary-looking young man that didn't seem to be outstanding had directly sent a half-saint tumbling over 10 times with a single steel smashing palm. Such strength couldn't help but cause a chill to run down one's spine. While everyone was still reeling in shock, he followed after the celestial prince. The void was unobstructed, and everything in the world was a passageway. With a single step, he appeared right next to the celestial prince. Pooh! The heavenly prince was shocked as well. He quickly retaliated, but his cultivation and magical power were mostly exhausted. He was sent flying by this person again, coughing out divine blood. Well done. Kill this damned prince. In the distance, Dongfang Yi shouted loudly. After fighting alone until now, there was finally a stunning human who took action. Moreover, it was so powerful, causing his blood to boil uncontrollably. Kill. The 8 divine generals were shocked and furious at the same time. This was truly a sudden arrival that caught them off guard. He actually closed in on the celestial prince and continuously injured him. They surged forward like a flood. It's him. That person named GZ. In the distance, a human cultivator finally recognized the identity of the young man in the battlefield. They were all stunned. The rising star of the G family. What kind of joke is this? This is clearly an imperial prince. A sect master said with a trembling voice. GZ, from the G family, he's the son of the Void Emperor? Several old cultivators looked at each other in dismay, and then they were overwhelmed with shock. One could figure out the true meaning from the name. To classify such a character as a rising star of the younger generation was simply ridiculous and laughable. He was born in a chaotic era and was sealed within the divine origin. Now that he reappeared in the world, he was a peerless hero that could compete with the archaic emperor's heirs. How can Purple Marquis and Li Qingzhou be mentioned on the same level as him? I remember now, I saw him more than 10 years ago. He has appeared in the world for many years, but he was too low-key and never took action. A living fossil suddenly woke up. A famous human imperial prince descended here and began a massacre in the chaotic situation. He flattened a large group of ancient races and pressed forward step by step to suppress and kill the celestial prince. Void divine technique, you are someone from the G family? You better think carefully to make me your enemy like this. Be careful of the great calamity that will befall your family. The celestial prince retreated while shouting. The void lineage is never weaker than others, so why would I fear your threat? The southern region is not a place for you to behave atrociously. GZ spoke calmly. His attacks became even more vicious, as if he was going to explode the celestial prince. Everyone was stupefied. The human imperial prince was unstoppable. The pitiful celestial prince was covered in injuries and was almost killed by the sacred prince. Now, a silent expert came and sent him flying. Pooh! The celestial prince's body was covered in injuries, and his bones were about to break. He was actually suppressed by GZ and suffered heavy injuries again and again. This is great. Beat the dog prince to death. Kill him until he explodes. Even Yenishi, a distinguished and elegant character, couldn't help but roar out. There were many human spectators in the great wastelands, but not a single one of them lent a helping hand. Such a stunning GZ jumped out from the crowd, making everyone feel moved. As expected of the imperial prince's style. This was what everyone was thinking. Even if the ancient race experts were hostile towards him, they couldn't say any insulting words. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Several half-saints moved together, and the 8 divine generals attacked frantically to resist GZ. If they didn't separate the two in the middle of the battle, the celestial prince would be in danger and might die here. The human imperial prince was unrivaled. This was something many people could see. He was suppressing the wounded celestial prince and could kill him in the void at any time. At this moment, all eyes were on him. Everyone held their breaths and didn't dare to blink. They stared at the battlefield nervously, afraid of missing a single moment of the battle. Even though GZ's appearance was ordinary and he was a man of few words, at this moment, he made people feel as if his brilliance had pierced through the 9 heavens. He was a true and low-key person who could stand out at the crucial moment. The void divine technique had reached perfection in his hands. The 4 seas of the world were beneath his feet. With another heavy strike, the celestial prince tumbled backwards. He was in an extremely sorry state and his hair was disheveled. The 8 divine generals and half-saints attacked together, but they couldn't stop him. They couldn't break through the great void technique. He was everywhere. Hong. At the crucial moment, Huang Shudao appeared. The cry of a phoenix split the sky as he struck out with his arm. It was as if an immortal phoenix was going against the heavens and earth as he blocked GZ. At this critical moment, it was still the ancient prince who could display his divine might. He was powerful and domineering. The 8 divine generals couldn't do anything. Huang Shudao replaced them to block GZ. At this moment, he wasn't as conservative as before. If he continued to act half-heartedly, the celestial prince would really be killed. He did everything he could to fight against GZ. What a pity, he was only 1 step away. Even Yifan felt that it was a pity. We can't continue like this. The sacred prince frowned because Huolin was also waiting for an opportunity to attack. He swung his black iron rod as he spoke to Yifan. You guys retreat first. I need some time to kill the celestial prince. Yifan said. The sacred prince shook his head and said, I can kill him, and no one can do anything to me. But you can't do anything to him. Otherwise, there will be great trouble. A divine rainbow rushed up. Yifan used the Ji clan's Great Void technique to transfer the divine liquid from the immortal ascension pawn to the monkey. It instantly raised his spirit by a large amount and swept away his dispirited state. Good, then let's kill him today. The sacred prince's eyes lit up. His aura could devour mountains and rivers, causing the half-saints to retreat in fear. Wang Teng stood on the golden chariot and retreated very far away. He didn't move forward because he felt that this place was very dangerous when GZ appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the other mysterious human expert was also hiding in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity. Boom! Yifan's battle with the fire Qilin spread the flames of war to the celestial prince. He directly killed his way over. The ancient prince couldn't stop him either, so he forcefully advanced. Finally, Huolin also made her move. Every strand of her blue hair could collapse the sky. Her delicate face was very cold, and her watery eyes were filled with killing intent as she suppressed Yifan. In this world, there was a legend that if the siblings from the Fire Qilin cave worked together, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1, they could sweep through the world. After Yifan's eyes turned red from killing, he was still fearless even when facing this pair of unrivaled siblings. He used his stone fist to forcefully take on the Fire Qilin's halberd. Roar! Yifan let out a clear roar. His right hand, which contained the true meaning of 6 paths of reincarnation, struck out an earth-shattering strike that almost pressed down on the peerless beauty Huolin's body. He strode forward with indomitable courage. He alone led the entire battlefield towards the celestial prince. He swept through the 8 divine generals and occasionally exchanged a few blows with half-saints. The battle blood in his body was boiling. However, there was one thing that was not good. Among the ancient race spectators, a few terrifyingly powerful half-saints had entered the battlefield. They were incomparably swift and fierce. This was a frightening battle prowess. Moreover, the army of the 8 divine generals was endless and had submerged this place. The celestial prince had just recovered a bit of his vitality, but he fell into a bitter battle again. Yi Tong and the others were also in danger. Not only were their half-saints attacking, but there was also the sneak attack of Wang Tang and another mysterious human expert. The battle between Ji Zi and Huang Shudao was a true battle of the pinnacle. The son of an ancient monarch against the son of an immemorial emperor. It was a shocking scene that dazzled the eyes of the spectators. The celestial prince's style was world-shaking. Meanwhile, Huang Shudao was also so powerful that it made people tremble. He shattered the Dao marks and wore a 5-colored metal armor. Phoenix feathers soared up one after another, drowning the heaven and earth in multicolored light. The army of the 8 divine generals stabilized. Several powerful half-saints protected the celestial prince in the middle. No one could get close. He took out a bottle of divine liquid and poured it into his mouth. His joints crackled as he recovered his vitality. The celestial prince's lips curled into a cold smile. Moreover, his laughter became louder and louder. His words were incomparably cold as he said, "At this point, all of you are powerless to reverse the situation." Just now, his Dao heart was unstable and he was almost beaten to death by the celestial prince's iron rod. Then, he was almost killed by Ji Zi. At this moment, the troops had gathered around him. The celestial prince had completely calmed down. His eyes were awe-inspiring as he made up his mind to eliminate these great enemies. Yi Fan frowned. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was not good. He was being held up by the siblings from the Fire Qilin cave. After the two of them merged, their battle prowess soared beyond imagination. "You guys go and kill the celestial prince. I'll stop everyone else." Yi Fan transmitted his voice to Ji Zi and the celestial prince. He roared angrily and activated his phenomenon. It swept across 3,000 worlds and fought against the 9 heavens. Blurry and indistinct phenomena rushed up one after another. They were terrifying to the extreme and swept Huang Shudao over. The 8 divine generals and several half-saints who were trapping the monkey were dragged over, gathering all the great enemies to his side. Everyone was astonished. How powerful was this battle prowess? He had to fight against so many ancient princes while enduring the attacks of the 8 divine generals and half-saints. Moreover, he had to face the attacks of Wang Tang and the mysterious human experts. It was simply heaven-defying. Boom! With everyone attacking together, no matter how powerful the various phenomena were, Yi Fan couldn't endure it. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. He's courting death. No one can create such a legend. 3 ancient princes are attacking together, 2 human experts who aren't much weaker than him are attacking from the side, and there are also several half-saints and 8 divine generals. Even if he's the reincarnation of a god, he'll still die in battle. An ancient race expert sneered. Yi Tong was anxious. He knew that his master had fallen into a desperate situation and might die. Together with Li Tian and the others, he activated the goddess furnace to block the 8 divine generals to prevent more people from rushing over. "Kill!" the celestial prince roared. After breaking free, his entire body ignited and climbed back to its peak. His golden hair shone resplendently as he attacked the celestial prince. However, there were also experts overseeing this side. The most powerful half-saints were gathered here. Moreover, the celestial prince was worthy of having the world's #1 bloodline physique. At this moment, he had almost recovered to his peak. The celestial prince sneered cruelly and said, "That person will die without a doubt. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. Bring it on, I'll wipe you all out." What he said was the truth. Yi Fan was in extreme danger. He was being attacked by an army of 1,000. Even if several of his phenomenons were unparalleled in this world, there was still the danger of dying. Blood continuously surged up, but he forcefully swallowed it down. His body could be torn apart by the numerous experts at any time, and he was on the verge of collapsing. "Let me." GZ suddenly retreated. He didn't say much. He wanted to block these people in place of Yifan. Not only had he cultivated the void divine technique to perfection, but he had also created a step of his own, dragging everyone into the boundless void. Yifan didn't tarry. GZ was suitable for group battles. He could temporarily make everyone fall into the swamp-like void and banish them. However, he was also using his life to block, so he didn't have any time to hesitate. "Those who block me will die." Yifan brandished his fists. His body had entered the saint-grade stone core, relying on it to protect his body. He was unstoppable, smashing a half-saint into pieces with a single punch. Lustrous white bone fragments flew in all directions, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. He charged and killed in the midst of the army of 1,000 men and horses. His killing intent was boiling. This was the first time he risked his life like this after returning. He had to kill the celestial prince no matter what, or else there wouldn't be another chance in the future. First, there was the celestial prince, and then there was Yifan. They rushed over together, and the most powerful half-saint was killed. The celestial prince's face was snow-white as he gripped the undying heavenly blade tightly. Yifan slaughtered in all directions. Broken limbs, broken bones, and flesh flew everywhere. He was like an unstoppable god of death as he rushed toward the celestial prince. The 8 divine generals didn't fear death. They rushed over in an unending stream, forming a long wall. However, they couldn't stop Yifan. Flesh and blood flew everywhere in front of him. He used corpses to build a path in the sky, and many corpses of the ancient race collapsed under his feet. Is he really going to kill the celestial prince? Someone among the spectators asked. He might really succeed, but there will most likely be a huge storm. It's best for us to hide far away. Another person said with a trembling voice. Fighting against me will bring you boundless disaster. Not to mention that you can't kill me, even if you succeed, there might not be anyone in the human race who will praise you. The celestial prince gripped the undying heavenly blade tightly. His gaze was terrifying as he raised it high up. I've already made up my mind. Today, I will definitely kill you. So what if the entire world becomes my enemy? I will sweep through the 9 heavens and carve out a path for myself. Yifan roared, shaking the ancient race experts in front of him until they trembled. Many of them directly exploded, turning into lumps of bloody mist. Chapter 1064. Bright red bloodstains, jade white bone fragments, and shattered weapons streaked through the air, and they drew out a horrifying scene. The battlefield had always been cruel. Blood-stained heads flew up one after another. The unwillingness and despair in their eyes couldn't be described with words. Lives were lost one after another. Human lives were cheaper than grass, and the path of blood and bones was best illustrated on the battlefield. This was a great era rarely seen since the ancient times. Tens of thousands of races came out at the same time, shaking the heaven and earth. The rise of any race or person could not be calm. From the start of the battle until now, even Yifan was injured. The lack of golden blood energy didn't mean that he wasn't fighting with his life on the line. He did everything he could and used all kinds of wondrous techniques to transform them into Dao marks. Along the way, blood and bones flew everywhere. At this point, the field's eyes were already red. He was bathed in a rain of blood as he advanced. Yifan believed that there were definitely people who suspected that he had returned. Even if the 6 Dao reincarnation fist and all kinds of phenomena were secretly fused and didn't truly appear, they would still be able to see a thing or two. He didn't reveal his true body in order to avoid attracting more people from the ancient races. The battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range back then made him world-shaking, but it also made some ancient races hate him to the bone. Hong! Yifan's fist struck out, and the 8 divine generals exploded in large numbers. Evil energy engulfed everything as unwillingness and roars shook the heavens. Flesh and blood flew in all directions. His true body entered the stone core, which was equivalent to wearing a holy robe. It blocked the magical treasures and weapons that filled the sky. Everywhere he passed, mountains of corpses and bones fell continuously. Even so, Yi Fan had long since been injured. There were half-saints with terrifying attacks that pierced through the void and injured him. It was unknown how many people Yi Fan had killed. The battlefield was just this cruel. If one wanted to win in the end, their heart had to be as firm as steel. Without pity and sympathy, a single soft-hearted move would result in death. The heavenly prince was terrified. The person in front of him didn't fear death and rushed over like a demonic god. That kind of mountain-devouring aura almost suffocated him. "All of you, attack! Kill him!" the heavenly prince shouted. The 8 divine generals were not afraid of death. 70 to 80% of them died in this battle, but the survivors were still charging forward, especially the half-saints who attacked with sacred weapons. 2 black arrows hovered in the air, protecting Yi Fan's head. He wielded the dark golden spear with both hands, sweeping away thousands of enemies. De Ho's blood rained down, and countless severed limbs fell. At this point, it was impossible for Yi Fan to retreat. Even though he was surrounded and heavily injured, he still charged forward. Finally, he encountered a powerful half-saint. This half-saint carried a strange shield and smashed it at him. Holy chi swirled around it, and it was even heavier than a mountain. Crack! Even though Yi Fan's blood energy wasn't as vigorous as before, he still stirred up. 2 torch-like beams of light shot out from his eyes. The spear in his hand stabbed forward with all its might, and with the fusion of his images, he released his most powerful attack. The ancient shield shattered. "Ah!" a loud cry resounded through the sky. The sharp tip of the spear pierced into his chest, and the half-saint's body was torn into pieces. He died on the spot, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. His eyes were filled with despair. On the other side, the heavenly prince was also fighting with his life on the line. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, slaughtering in all directions. His iron rod broke the bones and tendons of the 8 divine generals. He pressed forward with large strides. Even though his body wasn't in a good state, he still had the pent-up anger in his heart. His aura was like a mountain, and the heavenly prince in the distance couldn't help but retreat. "There's no more time," Yi Fan muttered to himself. There wasn't a single second to be wasted. GZ was using his life to block. He banished Huang Shudao, Huolin, and the others into the boundless void. Those people could come back at any time and make his body explode. At this moment, Yi Fan's phenomenon appeared once again. Every single one of them was extremely blurry, but their power was extremely great, domineering to the extreme. Many of the 8 divine generals were killed until not even their corpses were left. They slaughtered out a vast expanse of heaven and earth, and a blank space appeared in front of them. "Kill!" Battle cries shook the sky. The army didn't fear death and rushed over. "Rise!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. His image activated, and the heavenly prince was flung out. He passed through the void and was transported to the heavenly prince's side. "Heavenly prince, what can you do to me? I've almost recovered after drinking the divine elixir. Watch how I kill you this time." The heavenly prince was also ruthless. This was a matter of life and death, and he couldn't help but go crazy. Clang! The snow-white undying heaven blade and the jet-black cudgel clashed against each other. The sound of metal reverberated in all directions, almost causing the souls of many spectators to leave their bodies. The 2 ancient princes had begun their peerless battle for supremacy. Yi Fan activated his image and used the travel formula. He was fast to the extreme, and even time seemed to have stopped. He tore through the void and rapidly closed in. However, at this time, the 8 divine generals were everywhere. Several half-saints were doing their utmost to obstruct him. Although the travel formula could travel to every corner of the world with extreme speed, there were just too many people. No matter where he appeared, it would be a battle. Several half-saints threw caution to the wind and wrapped their spirits around his body. This was a battle technique that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. Boom! In the distance, the void collapsed as Huang Shudao escaped. He turned into an immortal phoenix and shattered the dome of heaven. Ji Zifen's face was flushed red, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He had sustained serious injuries. Finally, someone had escaped from his secret technique world. At the same time, the other 2 worlds shattered. The Fire Qilin and Huolin also rushed out one after another, killing their way out of the swamp. Huh! The Heavenly Prince laughed coldly with surging killing intent. At this moment, he was full of confidence as he shouted, "Nothing can be changed. You guys are powerless and will all die here." Ji Zifen's figure became unsteady. He coughed out blood and retreated. Even more people broke free. Huang Shudao and the other 2 ancient princes chased after Yifan. "Heavenly Prince, today, I will cut off your head first, and then I will sacrifice them to the heavens. Not a single one of you will be able to leave alive." The Heavenly Prince revealed a cruel smile. The snow-white heaven blade slashed out horizontally and vertically, splitting the heaven and earth into dozens of halves. The universe collapsed, and the blade radiance was matchless. The Heavenly Prince was full of confidence, and he displayed all of his true strength. It actually became incomparably terrifying. Hong Long Long. Wang Teng drove the golden ancient war chariot through the sky. The golden sword in his hand slashed at Yifan, and the dazzling sword radiance illuminated eternity. Dang! Yifan turned around and shattered the sword radiance with a single spear strike. The dark golden spear swept through the heaven and earth, drawing out an immortal divine radiance. Pfft! Wang Teng spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body swayed and almost fell off the golden ancient war chariot. He hurriedly retreated several hundred zhang away. Chi! A streak of snake-like radiance shot over, stabbing towards the back of Yifan's head. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, the power terrifying. He moved to the side, his attack missing. That human expert of unknown identity disappeared with a flash, disappearing into the distance. Kill! Huang Shudao, the Fire Qilin, and Huolin took action and wanted to tangle with him again. Meanwhile, Ji Zifen spat out a large mouthful of blood and chased after them, but he couldn't stop the 3 of them at once. Huh! The Heavenly Prince's gaze became even more intimidating. He laughed coldly and swept his eyes over everyone. He knew that victory was in sight. Break! Yifan shouted and channeled the movement character with all his might, displaying it to the extreme. Boundless Tao patterns extended out from beneath his feet and interweaved with the Heavenly Prince's location. Swish! The 2 of them turned into 2 beams of light and vanished from the battlefield. Yifan staked his entire cultivation to display this secret art to the limit. Not only did he almost turn into light, but he also brought the Heavenly Prince along with him. Not good. Many ancient race members cried out. Yifan and the Heavenly Prince appeared in the sky dozens of miles away at the same time and engaged in an intense battle. Yifan's essence, energy, and spirit rose to the extreme as he fought until his blood was boiling. The Heavenly Prince roared and waved the undying heaven blade. Snow-white light rushed into the 9 heavens, but he was forced to retreat again and again. He was actually being suppressed. Yifan attacked with all his might. One spear slashed open the Heavenly Prince's scalp. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Prince's saint weapon protecting him, his head would have been split open. Yifan held back his anger, and his speed grew faster and faster. After activating the line's secret art, his body almost turned into a beam of light, and the Heavenly Prince's joints creaked continuously. He coughed up blood and was knocked to the ground several times. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. The heavenly prince was simply too pitiful today. He was beaten up by 3 sons, each stronger than the last. Kill. A distance of dozens of miles was nothing at all. The army of the 8 generals rushed over like a flood. Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others were even faster and arrived in the blink of an eye. To True Virtue City. Yi Fan secretly transmitted a message to the Heavenly Prince, GZ, and the Black Emperor because he had a premonition that a saint was about to arrive. At this moment, Yi Fan's control of the movement character had reached the acme of perfection. The Tao patterns beneath his feet interweaved with a brilliant light. At this moment, this secret technique had advanced to a miraculous state. Yi Fan took out a formation platform and used the movement character to emit an inconceivable light. The Heavenly Prince entered the realm gate with the movement character and disappeared from the battlefield. What? This is bad. Everyone from the ancient race panicked. No matter how many of the 8 generals and half-saints there were, they couldn't reverse the situation. How could they fight? The enemy carried the Heavenly Prince away. Only heaven knew where they were going. At the same time, the Heavenly Prince, GZ, and the Black Emperor all opened the realm gate and disappeared from this world. Boom! Almost at the same time, an ancient saint's might burst out and shattered the heaven and earth. However, it couldn't change anything. Yi Fan already knew during the great battle that with such a great event happening, it would most likely attract some great figures. At the crucial moment, they might take action to stop them, making all their efforts go to waste. But now, even saints might not be able to find them immediately by crossing the void. If it was another battlefield, they could effectively kill the Heavenly Prince. During this process, the 2 of them were engaged in an intense battle. They fought to the death in the dark void and almost broke through the spatial passageway. Yi Fan activated his avatar, stabilizing everything, covering him within. A great battle of life and death. The Heavenly Prince's reputation as the #1 bloodline in the world wasn't undeserved. He shot out all kinds of light to block the attacks of the phenomenon and almost escaped into the boundless void several times. In the end, light flashed and they reappeared in the real world. They were now in a mountain range outside of True Paragon City. Heavenly Prince, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Yi Fan put away his dark golden spear and used the 6-path reincarnation fist. Golden blood energy filled the sky and drowned everything in front of him. It really is you. The Heavenly Prince was shocked and furious. He fought with all his might, but he was already afraid from the bottom of his heart. He was clearly at a disadvantage. Pfft! Amidst the surging golden battle chi, the Heavenly Prince's arms were almost broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. You can stay here for me. The Heavenly Prince appeared and took a step out of the realm gate. He just happened to see the Heavenly Prince being sent flying and smashed down with his iron rod. Bang! The Heavenly Prince cried out miserably. He was almost cut in half at the waist and his entire body was spasming. Another space gate opened, and GZ walked out. Without saying anything, he struck out with the great monument smashing hand, breaking many of the Heaven Prince's ribs. Then, he was forced back by the shockwave. The Heavenly Prince screamed miserably. His whole body was covered in divine blood. Ever since he came into being, he had been the ruler of the eastern wasteland and looked down on the world. Who dared to fight against him? But today, he was in such a miserable state. He was trampled on by 3 great experts and was almost about to explode. Boom! Yi Fan didn't hide it at all. Golden blood energy surged as he swung his right leg and kicked the Heavenly Prince hundreds of meters away. Many of his bones were broken. In the next quarter of an hour, the Black Emperor, Yi Tong, and the others rushed out of the realm gate. After seeing this scene, they all let out loud cries and rubbed their palms. Yi Fan, the Heavenly Prince, and GZ surrounded the heavenly prince and beat him up. Every time, divine blood would splatter and miserable cries would be heard. Chapter 1065. Beating up the heavenly prince. If this was in the past, no one would believe this, but today, it really happened. Yi Fan, GZ, and Sacred Prince surrounded him in a three-pronged formation, continuously dealing heavy blows. Pung! The black iron rod in the Sacred Prince's hand rushed out like a black dragon, sending the heavenly prince flying. His back almost broke, and he let out a pained groan as he flew out. Dong! Yi Fan brandished his golden fist and heavily struck the heavenly prince's body, sending him flying again. He spat out large mouthfuls of five-colored divine blood. GZ was also very direct. With a raise of his hand, a void divine steel appeared and suppressed downwards, almost beating the heavenly prince into a pile of mush. Blood splashed everywhere. With the three imperial princes attacking, even the son of a god couldn't endure it. He was beaten up miserably, and many of his bones were fractured. His body was covered in blood, and he was in a terrible state. Well beaten. This dog prince even killed the commoners, cleansing an entire city of mortals in blood. How cold is his blood? Even dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to atone for his crimes. Li Heishui said. Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others all surrounded him. All of them were incomparably excited, and their eyes shone with green light. They didn't expect to be able to capture the heavenly prince alive. They were all eager to personally beat him up. The heavenly prince's eyes were cold, and his entire body was spasming. He was almost crippled by Yi Fan and the sacred prince. Many of his bones were broken, and he couldn't retaliate at all. It's fine that you chased after us back then, but now, you're even more unbridled. You killed many human sect leaders, and even commoners. You really don't have any humanity. Dongfang Yi had the barbarian race's battle physique. His palm was like a millstone, and when he swung it, the air currents would explode. The heavenly prince coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. On the side, Li Tian also punched out, striking the heavenly prince's chin. A string of divine blood splashed out, and he flew several meters away. Dog Prince, do you think you're a god who can look down on the world and kill whoever you want? You're not qualified. Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others surrounded him, punching and kicking him as they beat him up. The Black Emperor was unhappy, and said, "What Dog Prince, it's just an egg yolk, don't give him that title, whoever speaks nonsense, this emperor will be angry with him." A group of people attacked. It was a pity that the heavenly prince had dominated the world for so many years, but in the end, he had become a punching bag, surrounded and beaten by a group of people. Dog Prince, this is what you get for being arrogant. You even dare to massacre a city. Longma came over and kicked out with his leg, almost shattering the prince's skull. I already said, don't say that name for him. The Black Emperor slapped out with his claw. Of course, he wasn't hitting the crowd, but the heavenly prince. At that time, he was sent tumbling a dozen times. Even you have such a day? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as he stepped on him. Despicable humans. The heavenly prince's eyes were filled with coldness. You're still so stubborn. I'll skin you alive. Longma raised his bull-sized hoof and directly pressed it on his face. The handsome and flawless heavenly prince, who could be said to be the most beautiful man in the world, had a bloody nose and swollen face, swollen like a pig's head. If I die, none of you will be able to live. The heavenly prince was very calm, his eyes flashing with a ruthless light. You think we don't dare to kill you? Yi Fan laughed loudly and kicked out, sending him flying like a ball. On the other side, the sacred prince had been waiting for a long time. He raised the black iron rod high up and swung it horizontally, striking the heavenly prince's body. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. In that instant, more than 100 bones in his body were broken and he was dripping with blood. He was smashed to the ground by the rod, unable to move at all. What kind of ability is this to fight me as a group? Do you really think that you're an imperial prince and can fight me alone? I can kill all of you. The heavenly prince's words were cold and his face was cold. He didn't want to admit defeat at all. You don't have the right to say such words, the sacred prince said. First, you were almost killed by the sacred prince. Then, you were almost killed by GZ. Finally, you were almost beaten to death by Yifan. What right do you have to say such words? Li Tian said. You brought the 8 generals here and asked Tuang Shudao and the Fire Qilin to attack my master and the sacred prince. You still have the nerve to say such words? From start to finish, you were the one who didn't dare. Yi Tong said. You didn't even have the 8 generals and the ancient princes behind you, and now you want to talk about fighting alone? How laughable. Even the good-natured Yan Ishi couldn't help but sneer. In order to avoid trouble, we should kill him as soon as possible. Who knows, there might be an ancestral king chasing after us, the Black Emperor said. That's right. Yifan nodded and directly punched out with his golden fist. The heavenly prince was sent flying for hundreds of meters, drenched in blood. However, he didn't turn into meat paste. Even though his bones were broken inch by inch, his body didn't fall apart. Moreover, his joints were cracking as he quickly continued upwards. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and sighed inwardly. As expected of the descendant of a deity revered by all races. Possessing the world's #1 bloodline physique wasn't an undeserved reputation. In the present world, there were too few people who could resist Yifan's fists with their physical bodies. The heavenly prince endured it and was able to recover immediately. It was excessively terrifying. The power of this dog prince's bloodline is truly too powerful. Look, his entire body is shining and the sonorous voice of the great Tao is ringing. Even such heavy injuries are about to recover. Dongfang Yi sighed. Hong. The sacred prince took action. The black iron rod smashed down, once again breaking all of the heavenly prince's bones and rupturing his internal organs. However, his body still didn't scatter. Divine light shone in all directions as he quickly recovered once again. Everyone was astonished. Even though the heavenly prince was cold-blooded and cruel and wasn't a good person, they couldn't help but admit that his bloodline's potential was boundless and rarely seen in this world. Unfortunately, he became a bean sprout in a greenhouse. Otherwise, his accomplishments wouldn't be comparable to his current state, Yifan said. Chang. He grabbed the undying heavenly blade over and brandished the snow-white long blade, hacking downwards. With a pu sound, bloody light flickered. Half of the heavenly prince's body was cut open. He released a miserable cry, his expression incomparably sinister. 5-colored divine blood flowed onto the ground. Pung! Something shocking happened. The 2 halves of his body quickly healed in almost an instant, becoming one again. 5-colored immortal light pervaded the air and the sonorous voice of the great Tao sounded continuously. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. No matter how much they hated him, they had to admit that this fella's physique was rarely seen throughout the ages. It wasn't something normal people could compare to at all. This physique really is speechless. Even the Black Emperor sighed like this. Let out a bit of blood to compete with him and see if you can suppress him in all aspects. Longma said to Yifan. The gossipy flames within him burned fiercely. You really are senseless. Yifan ignored him. He held the undying heavenly blade in his hand and prepared to hack the heavenly prince apart. Sacred prince, you should let out a bit of blood to compete with him. Longma urged the monkey. There is no need. He doesn't have an invincible heart. Even if he has an immortal body, he will still lose. The sacred prince said. GZ said, physique isn't everything. Before great Emperor Vicious achieved the Tao, he was nothing more than a mortal. However, in the end, he swept through the 9 heavens 10 earths, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Pooh! Yi Fan's blade sliced open the heavenly prince's skull, making him release a roar of unwillingness. His primordial spirit wanted to rush out, but in the end, it was beaten back by the sacred prince's rod. This bastard has ancient divine scriptures on him. The undying heavenly emperor left behind too many good things for him. Dig them all out today. The Black Emperor said. Chi. The heavenly prince's skull returned to his skull. The 2 halves of his frontal bone healed once again. His entire body shone, recovering his flesh. He resisted with everything he had, wanting to kill everyone. Yi Fan and GZ took action together, scattering his cultivation. He couldn't retaliate, falling limply there again. Be careful, there are quite a few good things in his body. Don't break them, dig them out one by one. Longma said. Unfortunately, Duanda wasn't here. Otherwise, this grave robber master would definitely be interested in this human body's treasury. Pa! The Black Emperor's claw slapped out, producing a shield from the heavenly prince's sea of reincarnation. It released holy might, silvery white and shining, ancient and mysterious. This holy artifact is formidable. During the great battle, not even Yi Fan's black arrow was able to penetrate it. The Black Emperor could also be considered an expert. He produced another jade bottle in a short amount of time. He pulled out the stopper, and a sweet fragrance spread in all directions, making one want to ascend. This is the undying divine elixir, it can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. The sacred prince said. He drank a large mouthful, and then he handed it to GZ. The 2 of them both suffered great injuries, and now that the divine elixir entered their bodies overflowed with light, quickly recovering. An immortal treasure. The Black Emperor cried out in shock once more. He took out a jade pendant that radiated immortal light in all directions. This was a protective talisman refined by the supreme ancient sovereign. Possessing it was equivalent to having an additional life. It could be said to be a rare divine treasure. The heavenly prince's eyes were spewing fire. These people treated him like a treasure trove, continuously extracting divine treasures from his body. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't break free. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and GZ acted together, forcing his primordial spirit. Compared to these external treasures, the value of the ancient divine scripture left behind by the undying heavenly emperor was much higher. It was worth 10,000 ancient divine books. Even if I die, I won't let you guys obtain this scripture. The heavenly prince was ruthless. He would rather ignite his sea of consciousness than allow them to examine it. Yi Fan and the other 2 continued to exert pressure. The heavenly prince's immortal foundation was about to transform into a ball of light. His expression was incomparably malevolent, he wasn't willing to submit. Pay attention, don't let him self-destruct. Longma spoke, extremely viciously. The majestic undying heavenly emperor, a deity revered by all races. There must be a true ancient divine weapon left in this world. But from the looks of it, he doesn't seem to be in control of it. Where is it exactly? The Black Emperor spoke as he plundered. There was no need for him to say anything. Everyone knew that the heavenly prince didn't have an emperor weapon. If not, he would have taken it out long ago. The undying heavenly emperor's weapon is definitely incomparably terrifying. Is it buried in the dust of history or is it controlled by someone else? Yi Fan pressed. The heavenly prince gritted his teeth, wanting to burn his sea of consciousness. Boom! All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying fluctuation appeared at the end of the horizon. An ancient holy might swept through the entire mountain range, causing everyone to tremble. Oh no! The expressions of everyone present changed. If I die, none of you can think about living. If you want to coexist, you have to release me. The heavenly prince's eyes were cold. His face was filled with callousness as the fear in his heart dissipated by more than half. Pooh! However, as soon as he relaxed, Yi Fan brandished the heavenly blade and hacked down. Divine blood splashed outwards. This time, not only did his body split in half, even his primordial spirit was cut open. Ah! He cried out miserably, feeling incomparably terrified. The archaic ancestral kings had arrived, and they would be able to save him soon. It would only take a moment. You all can't kill me, he said with a trembling voice, full of unwillingness and despair. Wang! The sacred prince brandished the large black iron rod, pressing down until the mountains trembled and the void trembled. With a ping sound, it smashed into his primordial spirit, causing his voice to come to a screeching halt. His divine sense became empty. Yi Fan opened his mouth and released a hiss, spitting out a strand of Tao-light divine flame. The heavenly prince's corpse and bloodstains were instantly turned into ashes, completely burned away. Nothing was left behind. You've pierced through the heavens, the Black Emperor said. Chapter 1066. The insufferably arrogant heavenly prince, who was known as the world's #1 bloodline physique, was now dead in both body and soul. Everyone could only sigh. What bloodline? What physique? Without a corresponding heart, in the end, one is still a weed. This was not the time to be in a daze. The vast and mighty saintly aura spread throughout the entire mountain range. The situation was extremely dangerous. Rumble. Another saintly aura surged from the city of True Paragon and transformed into a black sun. It illuminated the sky and blocked the path of the ancient race's saint. The Black Turtle Saint has made his move, Yi Fan said. The reason why he crossed over to this place to kill the heavenly prince was because he was afraid of an accident. With the Black Turtle Saint overseeing this place, he could block the ancient race's ancestor king at the crucial moment. Clang! The sacred prince received the undying heaven saber and then used a secret technique to gather all the chi activity on his body. It was as if he was the only one who had faked it. There's no need to do this. The ancestor king of the 8 generals will not be reasonable. Yi Fan shook his head. If they are unreasonable, someone will talk to them slowly, the sacred prince said in a deep voice. All of you, leave. Yi Fan turned around and said to Li Tian, Yi Tong, and the others. He told them to hide in the heavenly village and not come out. Master, come with us. Yi Tong's face was full of anxiety. He pulled the corner of his clothes. If he stayed, he would die for sure. Even if Yi Fan had world-defying talent, he could not fight against a saint. Where there's life, there's hope. Endure for 500 years and come back after becoming a saint. I'll kill these old turtles and wipe them all out, Lama said with an evil expression. The sky has already been pierced. Someone has to face it, right? Yi Fan sighed softly. No, leave quickly. We can't fight until we become saints. Let's enter the Purple Mountain and see who dares to enter, the Black Emperor said, staring at the distant holy light. Yi Fan shook his head. Since he had killed the heavenly prince, there would definitely be a huge wave. The 8 generals and the ancestor kings of the north would not be reasonable. The next step would most likely be a battle between the saints. I was the one who pierced through the sky, so let me face it. He had already made up his mind. Master. Yi Tong clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were red and filled with tears. She felt that Yi Fan was courting death. It's fine. I've already prepared a great gift for them. If they really dare to force me. Yi Fan's gaze was deep as he looked towards the end of the eternal horizon. For the sake of safety, let's leave this place first. The true unparalleled existence is about to arrive. The sacred prince said. All right. Yi Fan nodded. Under Yi Fan's irrefutable request, Yi Tong, Li Tian, and the others all left, hiding in Heaven Village. There was a killing saint overseeing this place, and it was incomparably secretive, so their safety could be guaranteed. The Black Emperor stayed behind. He was proficient in great Dao formation patterns, and if something unexpected happened, he could help him escape. Back then, he obtained the chessboard formation patterns from Undying Mountain. Even the life-restricted region couldn't stop him. Yi Fan, GZ, the Sacred Prince, and the Black Emperor crossed into the North region. They entered the Divine City's heavenly jade stone square and saw the Saint Wei Yi. They sat around the stove and brewed Dao comprehension tea. A sweet fragrance pervaded the air, and Dao's splendor scattered out. It made one feel as if they were about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. Yi Fan and the others left into the distance. However, the southern and central regions were in an uproar. The sky had been pierced through, and the outside world was in chaos. The heavenly prince had died. This news shook the world, making the entire eastern wastelands shake and tremble. The entire world was shocked, and they didn't dare to believe it. The 8 generals wept in grief. Their mourning clothes were covered in endless grief. The son of a deity had died. It was as if the sky had collapsed. How could it be like this? The only bloodline of a deity has died, and we didn't protect him. We are sinners for all of history. The 8 great armies wept in grief. The clouds were gloomy, and hundreds of thousands of mountains collapsed. Within the 10,000 clans, many people sucked in a cold breath of air. They felt that this was inconceivable. It was truly earth-shattering. It happened too suddenly. The undying heavenly emperor, someone who ruled over the past and present, supreme within the 9 heavens 10 earths, unmatched from past until present. The only bloodline he left behind died just like that? Many people were stupefied. Blood Phoenix Mountain, Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and the other great ancient imperial clans were all stupefied. The heavenly prince led so many people south, yet he was killed. It was truly shocking. That day, the northern region trembled. On the main peaks outside the ancient palace, 4 ancient saints roared out. Their auras devoured the sun and moon. Their ancestral bodies tore through the heavens, heading south towards True Xian City. There must be an explanation. If the main culprit doesn't come out, there will be a bloodbath under the heavens. Their ruthless words shook the mountains and ravines, resounding through the great earth. Soon after, all cultivators heard of this, and it spread throughout the eastern wastelands. The heavenly prince was defeated and killed outside True Xian City. The entire world was shaken, and the consequences were even more terrifying than what they had imagined. The reactions of all sides were greatly different. A storm was brewing. The entire great wastelands became oppressive and incomparably gloomy. This was a difficult atmosphere, the calm before the storm. He actually died. The undying heavenly emperor has been unmatched since ancient times. He inherited his constitution and bloodline, so how could he be killed by someone? Many ancient races didn't believe this. The son of a deity is nothing more than this. In the end, wasn't he still killed by someone, tarnishing the illustrious reputation of his father's generation? What a powerful human. He first fought a great battle against Huang Shudao and Huolin, and then he killed the heavenly prince. Even the ancient emperor's son has an enemy. Now, all races coexisted in this world. There were some that were friendly towards the human race, some that were neutral, and some that were hostile. Their reactions towards this matter were naturally completely different. This is a matchless hero, actually able to resist the ancient emperor's own son, and in the end, he even killed the heavenly prince. It truly is stunning. However, he provoked such a great disaster, basically piercing through the heavens. How will this end? There were some who vaguely guessed that the human race's divine body might have returned, but no one said it out loud. The entire world was shocked, the entire world shaken. There wasn't a single cultivator who wasn't paying close attention to this matter. The effects of this matter were too great. The heavenly prince's identity was too special. Several archaic ancestral kings headed south, their anger surging through the 9 heavens, threatening to massacre the entire world and flatten the southern region. The heavenly prince was killed by me. While the undercurrents were surging and the winds and clouds were surging, the sacred prince stood out in the northern region, announcing to the world that he was going to shoulder everything himself. However, everyone knew that the heavenly prince's defeat was greatly related to that human expert. He was the one who brought him away and killed him outside True Xian City. Sacred Prince, you have to die. The 8 divine generals roared angrily, their voices almost making the central region explode. The waters of the 4 seas drowned out the blue skies. Since you stood out and admitted it, then you should apologize with your death. An ancestral king roared. He directly headed north to kill the sacred prince. There is no need for you to come. I will go to True Xian City myself. On this day, a golden battle saint ape covered in sparkling fur roared angrily towards the sky, and then instantly disappeared. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, GZ, and the Black Emperor left the God City. They didn't want to be blocked here by that ancient saint, so they headed south. Black Emperor, the formation platform is fine, right? Don't be intercepted by a saint halfway. Even the Undying Mountain couldn't stop the chessboard formation platform, and they still came out. They want to cut off my path of life, humph humph humph. The large black dog sneered arrogantly. Slow down a bit. When the bell of Mount Meru sounds, we will continue on our way, the sacred prince said. At this moment, the eastern wasteland was in an uproar, and the sky was about to be turned upside down. The ancestral king of the 8 divine generals announced that he wanted to kill the sacred prince. He wanted to completely tear apart the sky. If the heavenly prince died, it could be said that he had pierced through the sky, but if the sacred prince died, it might be even more serious. This was a poor prince who didn't have any protectors. Normally, no one cared about him, but if a saint-level figure really killed him, there would probably be people who would go berserk and burn the entire eastern wasteland with their blood, overturning heaven and earth. Let alone the humans, even the ancient race felt their hair stand on end. An ancient saint headed to the north region to kill the sacred prince. If he succeeded, it would mean that a gargantuan wave was about to rise. Dang, on this day, the long sound of the bell resounded throughout Mount Meru, vast and mighty for who knew how many tens of thousands of kilometers. The entire great thunderclap temple emitted brilliant light, and the light of Buddha illuminated everything. All living beings in all directions kowtowed, and all illnesses were cured. The bell has finally sounded. The sacred prince received the news, and his mind was in a daze. The great gift you prepared is useless. Quickly put it away, or else it will make people's hair stand on end, the Black Emperor said to Yi Fan, and let out a long sigh. In the depths of the mountain range outside True Paragon City, there were figures everywhere. There were cultivators everywhere, and all races had come. Such a major event had happened today, and it could be said that the sky had been pierced through. There wasn't a single race that didn't pay attention, and all those who came were great experts. The situation was extremely grim. A violent storm was about to arrive, and this was the short period of peace before the collapse of the heavens. As for what would happen next, no one knew. What? The sacred prince came, and so did that mysterious human expert. They really dared to appear? Hua! The central region was in an uproar. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, and the clamor reached the heavens. They never thought that Yi Fan and the others would truly dare to come here. The great wastelands where True Paragon City was located was a boiling cauldron of voices. All clans were shocked, and they vaguely felt that this matter was extremely complicated. It definitely wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. I fear that it involves the grudges between the great giants of the archaic era. A few ancient race mountain lords were extremely sensitive. The sacred prince, GZ, and the others arrived together, appearing outside True Paragon's city. Their expressions were calm without the slightest fluctuation. "You really dared to appear?" A terrifying voice sounded, streaking through the heavens. The entire heavens exploded, and chaotic energy became hazy. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Everyone trembled. No matter how far they hid, they couldn't help but want to kneel down and kowtow in worship. This was the true divine might that transcended the scope of human. Why wouldn't I dare? A true man should have a clear conscience when walking in this world. Where in this world can't I go? The sacred prince raised his head. His body seemed to be cast from divine gold, and he was still fearless. He stood there with a large iron rod in hand. "You killed the only son of a deity and are a sinner that will last through the ages. Even if you die 10,000 times, it still wouldn't be enough to atone for your crimes." It was just a single voice, yet it made the void collapse and the heavens explode. The world became silent, and all living things trembled. The sacred prince laughed towards the sky and said, "Nothing more than a useless heavenly prince. His skills were inferior, and he was killed here. What is the point of talking so much?" A dignified voice shouted, "Impudent. He is the son of a deity, respected by all clans. You are his people, so you need to kowtow. Hurry and kneel down to beg for forgiveness." "Bullshit, son of a deity, nothing more than this. He wasn't even my opponent in a one-on-one battle. Didn't I kill him in the end?" The sacred prince didn't yield at all and loudly berated the ancient king. In the distance, no one even dared to breathe loudly. The great ancient races were all like this as they nervously watched everything. A thing that doesn't know the difference between life and death, daring to blaspheme a deity. "If I don't kill you today, the heavens won't tolerate it." A large hand reached down from the depths of the heavens. With a honglong sound, all living things were destroyed. Primal chaos surged as if it was going to destroy the world. It directly slapped towards the sacred prince, wanting to turn him into mincemeat. He really dared to take action? Everyone's scalps went numb, and even the various archaic royal races were horrified. There were ancient race leaders who sharply came to the conclusion that today's matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Chapter 1067. Within the boundless heaven region, a large green hand reached down from the 9 heavens, slapping towards the sacred prince. Chaotic energy curled up and immortal light shot out in all directions. "It's over, the eastern wastelands will face a great calamity. If the sacred prince dies, the world will be overturned." Not to mention the humans, even the archaic race's mountain lords were alarmed. It was as if they could see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A great calamity was about to descend. The saint surpassed the human category and far surpassed the power of mortals. They could not be challenged. As soon as the large green hand appeared, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. Large amounts of mountain ranges in the great wastelands were turned into powder. If the tragedy really plays out, the ancient races will definitely fall into chaos. What should we do? Even a mountain lord from the archaic race frowned. Clang! A clear sound rang out. A streak of dazzling green light swept through the large hand, directly piercing through it. Drops of blood scattered out, destroying the void. The ancient race saint released a muffled groan. The large green hand spasmed and quickly retreated, once again returning to the heavens. Fortunately, the tragedy didn't happen. The fact that the sacred prince didn't die made many ancient races sigh in relief. Even the races that were hostile towards the human race felt this way. They were worried that the terrifying existence of the western desert would go crazy. "Who dares stop me?" An angry roar sounded from the heavens. "I saved your life, yet you didn't thank me. You don't know what's good for you." At the end of the horizon, a powerful archaic ancestor king appeared. There was no need to doubt his identity, because just standing there made others feel unbearable. He wore greenish-golden battle clothes and a jade-gold helmet. His entire body was sparkling, and the void around him distorted. Great Tao traces formed tens of thousands of mountains, creating a majestic atmosphere. Even just standing there made people shiver in fear. His blood energy could definitely sweep through heaven and earth. It was boundless and had the power to devour mountains and rivers. You're trying to force your way out. Which race are you from? A cold voice sounded from the heavens. I'm just a rogue cultivator. I can't compare to you 8 divine generals. I just don't like this kind of thing. The golden-armored ancestor said. He killed the son of a god. If he isn't killed, the heavens won't tolerate it. Do you want to protect him? A cold voice rumbled from the heavens. Maybe I'm just being nosy. The golden-armored ancestral king sighed as he sensed something. The sacred prince said, "What do you mean killed him?" "I killed him in a fair battle." "Who can you blame for being useless? Don't you just want revenge? Why are you saying so much?" "Impudent. You're disrespectful to the gods. You've killed a divine child. Kneel down and apologize." A short shout sounded out in the sky, causing the mountains to rumble and collapse. Rubble pierced through the clouds, and smoke and dust covered the sun, causing all the spectators to be terrified. Buzz! A great wave of pressure descended, crushing down on the sacred prince, Yi Fan, and the others, wanting them to kneel in front of everyone and lose face in front of the myriad races. This was the power of a saint, boundlessly heavy, as if a stellar domain was crushing down. I never thought that I would actually be embroiled in such a dispute. However, with me here, I will not allow you to insult the sacred prince. The ancestral king who wore a jade-gold battle robe shouted. Boom! With a flick of his fingers, 5 green scars swept across the sky like azure dragons, sweeping away all the holy power and blocking the pressure of the ancestral king in the sky. Many thanks for Senior's assistance. The sacred prince solemnly bowed to express his gratitude. There's no need to be like this. Back then, the sacred emperor ruled over the supreme ancient immortal realms and swept through the 9 heavens. All of us revered him. Now that his son is in trouble, how can we ignore him? Moreover, even if I didn't take action, there would still be others who would. Clearly, although the emperor of fighting had already passed away, he still had a group of loyal followers. It was just that they normally wouldn't show themselves. Do you know that by becoming enemies with us, you have already stepped onto a path of no return? This time, no matter who comes, it's useless. The sky trembled. A total of 5 terrifying figures descended, all of them surrounded by divine halos. As soon as they appeared, all living things collapsed. There was no longer any signs of life in the great wilderness. Every single one of them was submerged in holy light. Their figures were hazy, and all of them were as powerful as divinities. The entire world seemed to be unable to contain their true bodies, causing the void to distort unceasingly. These were the archaic ancestral kings. They had already become saints for many years and normally wouldn't show themselves. But once they appeared, just the aura they emitted would cause people to convulse and kneel on the ground. Without reaching this realm, one would never know how terrifying they were. They looked down on all living things as if they were facing ants. The ancestral king who was clad in golden battle clothes was only one person after all. He couldn't contend against them. His body swayed, and he almost coughed out blood as he retreated. Suddenly, another wave of boundless divine might appeared, instantly blocking the 5 great ancestral kings. Following that, an auspicious cloud descended, and several old Daoists walked over. I was wondering who it was. The people of the divine Silkworm Ridge have arrived. Are you all really going to interfere in this matter? The ancestral kings of the 8 divine generals coldly faced each other. Naturally. An old Daoist calmly replied. He wore a pure gold crown on his head and an ancient Daoist robe on his body. The people of the divine Silkworm Ridge actually took action. Why do I feel like something isn't right? Is there something going on here? A few ancient races were bewildered. The divine Silkworm Ridge was an extremely great power among the ancient races. All races revered them. How many people dared to provoke them? They were a great imperial race of the archaic era, and a true ancient emperor had appeared before. From a certain perspective, the 8 divine general statuses were also extremely high. Their ancestors were a group of divine generals who had followed the undying heavenly emperor. Their accomplishments were world-shaking, sweeping through everything before them. However, the undying heavenly emperor had passed away too long ago. Ancient imperial weapons still couldn't be seen. Meanwhile, the divine Silkworm Ridge was like the midday sun, with emperor-grade battle clothes left behind. Your divine Silkworm Ridge shouldn't be so overbearing. This monkey killed the son of a deity, so he should pay with his life. What right do you all have to stop us? A saint-level ancient king from the 8 divine generals' side spoke coldly. The great era has appeared, and 100 barges are vying for the current. 10,000 races are competing, and corpses are everywhere on the path. The death of an ancient emperor's son is unavoidable. The heavenly prince's skill was inferior, and he was killed on the spot. No one else can be blamed for this. An old Daoist from the divine Silkworm Ridge said. He is the only son of a deity, so how can he die for no reason? Don't think that your divine Silkworm Ridge is the ruler of the world, that no one can match you. An ancient king from the 8 divine generals sneered continuously. So what if he is the undying heavenly emperor's son? He was killed in a fair battle, so do you want him to pay with his life? What kind of logic is this? An old Daoist spoke. No matter what, the heavenly prince is going to die today. No one can save him. An ancient king roared loudly. Holy light surged, engulfing the mountains and rivers. How majestic! A cold laughter that sounded like a silver bell rang out. 9-colored auspicious clouds drifted over in the sky as a peerless beauty appeared and descended. She looked to be no older than 18 or 19. Her skin was snow-white and exquisite, and her aura was ethereal. Her long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and she seemed otherworldly. Princess Divine Silkworm had arrived. On her shoulder, there was a palm-sized divine silkworm. Now, it had transformed into a snow-white little tiger. Its large eyes were filled with spirit, and it looked charmingly naive. Princess Divine Silkworm. Everyone retreated in shock, all of them horrified. The spectators in the distance felt their hair stand on end. The mountain lords of the various ancient races all felt their hearts pounding. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. This heaven-chosen princess was peerless in her generation and had always been domineering. She had once fought her way through the entire supreme ancient immortal realms, and it was hard for her to find many opponents. She was truly a wondrous woman. Princess Divine Silkworm, do you want to use your power to suppress us? One of the 8 divine generals said coldly. Ugly faces, scram. Princess Divine Silkworm was incomparably sharp and merciless as she rebuked the few ancient kings. With this shout, the sky collapsed and the earth shook violently. Although she was a woman, her aura was so strong that it made people tremble. The ancient kings on the other side couldn't help but retreat. Princess Divine Silkworm, do you want to cause chaos among the 10,000 races? The son of a god can't die in vain. You can't suppress this matter. Another ancient king shouted. He's just a good-for-nothing heavenly prince. If he dies, then so be it, Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly. You will pay the price for being unreasonable, an ancient king said coldly. Pa! Princess Divine Silkworm was simple and direct. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a clear finger mark appeared on this ancient king's face. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as his body flew out. Everyone was shocked. Princess Divine Silkworm had even slapped an ancient king. This made everyone dumbfounded. She was indeed as powerful as the rumors said, fearless of the world. I tried to reason with you, but you talked to me about the bloodline and power of a god. I used a slap to slap you, but you said that I was unreasonable. What do you want me to do? Princess Divine Silkworm said with a magnetic voice. She used her slender jade-like fingers to caress the little white tiger on her shoulder. Be it the human race or the various ancient royal races, they were all shocked and didn't dare to say anything. They were all watching quietly. Today's matter was definitely not as simple as the grudge between the ancient princes. Do you really think that no one in the world can subdue you? This ancient king was shocked and furious as he touched the finger mark on his face. Princess Divine Silkworm sneered and said, "Do you think that the sacred prince is a pitiful slug? He is the son of Emperor Fighting, and his status is not inferior to the son of the ancient heavenly emperor. Insulting him is equivalent to insulting the old sacred emperor. All of you deserve to die. You will regret it. The son of a god can't die in vain. He must pay with blood and pay with his life." An ancient king said loudly. "Everyone, do you think that the undying heavenly emperor, who is respected by all races, can we just let it go like this?" An ancient king's voice cut through the sky and asked the experts of the various races. The son of a god can't die in vain. Behind him was the army of the 8 divine generals. They were naturally indignant and roared together, their voices shaking the world. I also want to ask the same question. Can the person who insults the sacred emperor live? Princess Divine Silkworm said. How can the Emperor of Fighting compare to the undying heavenly emperor? Among the 8 divine generals, someone muttered with endless hatred. I just finished speaking, and you already insulted the old sacred emperor. Do you really think that I'm just a decoration? Princess Divine Silkworm stretched out her jade-like hand and swept it forward. In an instant, blood splattered. In front of them, there was a series of screams. The army of the 8 divine generals exploded in rows. White bone fragments and various colors of blood splattered together, forming a death lament. Stop! The ancestral kings were shocked. In the distant sky, everyone was stunned. Princess Divine Silkworm was too fierce. With a light wave of her hand, she had wiped out the entire army of the 8 divine generals. From now on, she could only be called the 7 divine generals. Everyone didn't dare to breathe loudly. This proud goddess looked ethereal and beautiful, but when she killed people, she didn't even blink. She was so powerful that it made people tremble. Princess Divine Silkworm was calm and unruffled. She used her jade-like fingers to comb her beautiful hair and said, I'm just imitating you guys. Who's afraid of who when it comes to being domineering and domineering? Weren't the 8 divine generals domineering and domineering? She killed a group right in front of you. Princess Divine Silkworm used her actions to explain and respond. Princess Divine Silkworm, you're too arrogant. You have to know that the people who can suppress you in this world are still alive. A cold voice came from the heavens. A man with hair as white as snow descended. He looked to be in his 30s, but his eyes were deep and experienced. It was obvious that he was a terrifying ancient king. He's the Silver Moon Heavenly King, one of the most promising geniuses to become the great sage in the primordial era. He's similar to the 9 Phoenix King, the Qilin Heavenly King, and Princess Divine Silkworm. They've all been personally praised by the Emperor of Fighting. The various ancient tribes were in an uproar. Then, they were horrified. Things were indeed getting out of hand. It was far more complicated than they had imagined. Princess Divine Silkworm suddenly looked up and laughed. Although her magnetic voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, everyone could hear the anger in it. Why are you pretending to be an ancient emperor? Great sage, is your master here? Let him try to kill me again in this life. Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly. Then, she waved at the sacred prince and took the black metal rod in his hand. She nailed it to the ground and said, "This is his weapon." Everyone's bodies turned cold as they thought of a past event. During the last years of the primordial era, after the Emperor of Fighting passed away, Princess Divine Silkworm had been nailed to death by a black divine spear. The sacred war king fought angrily in the eastern wilderness and left for the western desert. In recent years, the celestial prince had led the 8 divine generals to hunt down the sacred prince. It seemed that it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was mixed with the feud between the primordial giants. Chapter 1068. The thick iron rod was inserted into a piece of bluestone. It didn't seem like it was made of black gold. It was firm and terrifying, carrying a dark red color as if it had been soaked in blood. This was an archaic vicious weapon. Even though so many years had passed, it still made people's hearts tremble and a chill ran down their spines. Back then, no one knew who killed the divine silkworm princess. That was a case without a clue. In the last years of the archaic era, after the Emperor of Fighting passed away, the world was in chaos. Some extraordinary figures took action, fighting until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and gods howled. Back then, it was the Silver Moon Heavenly King's master who attacked the divine silkworm princess. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill in their hearts. The Silver Moon Heavenly King shocked the archaic era and was known as one of the existences most likely to become the great sage. He had walked very far on this path and might take that step in the near future. How profound was his master's cultivation? What realm had he reached? Just thinking about it made people's scalps go numb and chills run down their spines. The Silver Moon Heavenly King's master is the great sage Kuan Zhou. Someone said in a low voice with a trembling voice. It's actually him. The unparalleled great sage Kuan Zhou swept through the archaic era and reigned supreme in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Apart from the Holy Emperor, who could suppress him? The great sage Kuan Zhou was a living god in the last years of the archaic era and one of the most powerful existences. He was one of the giants and could overlook the entire ancient planet. His battle prowess was terrifying beyond measure. No one would have thought that it was this person who attacked the divine silkworm princess in the past. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one dared to make any rash comments because it could easily lead to the extermination of a clan. Back then, after he finished refining a piece of divine metal, he threw it out from 100,000 miles away and nailed me to the front of the desolate holy temple. He looked down on the world. How awe-inspiring. Princess Divine Silkworm looked at the sky and calmly recounted the process of her death. Throwing a divine spear from 100,000 miles away and nailing the powerful divine silkworm princess to death? Everyone's bodies went cold on the spot. What kind of concept was this? He was ridiculously powerful and somewhat unreal. She actually died like this, too terrifying. Everyone spoke softly, all of them feeling fear from the bottom of their hearts. Great sage Kuan Zhou's terror couldn't be measured with normal reasoning. He was incredibly powerful. The divine silkworm princess was a proud goddess of the primordial era. She was one of the few people who had the most hope of becoming the great sage, yet she had been nailed to death with a raise of her hand. This secret was shocking. With the death of the Emperor of Fighting, the world was in chaos. This was something that everyone knew, but not everyone was clear about the grudges between the giants. Even if they had a vague understanding of it, it was difficult to know everything. In the past, the Emperor of Fighting ruled the world, and all races bowed to him. However, he is dead. Times have changed. Some rules will naturally have to change, Heavenly King Silvermoon said calmly. Unfortunately, Kuan Zhou hasn't proven his Tao and become an emperor. It's still too early for him to establish his own rules and order. He doesn't have the might and bearing of a ruler looking down on the world, so he can only eliminate those who oppose him. The divine silkworm princess's eyes erupted with unmatched elegance. She took a step forward with an imposing aura. Now, everyone understood why the celestial prince dared to do this. After so many years of targeting the son of the Emperor of Fighting, he had nothing to fear. He actually had the great sage Kun Zhou supporting him from behind. This matter was very terrifying. It involved the primordial era's grudge between supreme existences. The celestial prince did this most likely because the great sage Kun Zhou was inciting him to test him. He wanted to see what realm the Western Desert's victorious Buddha had reached and what kind of reaction he would have. From a certain perspective, this wasn't a contest between the ancient princes at all. From the beginning to the end, it was the confrontation between the unrivaled great sage Kun Zhou. This was a preview of a storm that would engulf the entire ancient star. After so many years, only the heavens knew what realm the great sage Kun Zhou had reached and whether he had taken another step forward. Just thinking about it made people tremble in fear. It's a pity for the celestial prince. No matter how useless he was, he still had the world's #1 bloodline physique. Even if he couldn't prove his Tao, his achievements were limitless. He died just like that, the divine silkworm princess mocked. Princess Divine Silkworm, since you know that the great sage Kun Zhou is still alive, you should be aware that you can't do whatever you want in this world, one of the 8 divine generals said. Slap. The divine silkworm princess didn't even blink. With a wave of her hand, a resounding slap landed on his face, shattering his jaw on the spot and sending his body flying thousands of feet away. There was a deathly silence in the mountains and valleys. No one dared to say anything. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. This proud princess was too domineering. Whether it was in the past or now, she had never changed. This was an ancestral king of a generation. She hit him just like that, and it was an earth-shattering slap. Who would believe it if word got out? It was like a fantasy story. The ancestral king was furious, but he also felt a sense of powerlessness. He really wasn't a match for her. You, a mere descendant of the 8 divine generals, dare to point fingers at me time and time again. It would be fine if you were really a divine general, but unfortunately, you no longer have the spirit and battle prowess of your ancestors, the divine silkworm princess said mercilessly. Princess Divine Silkworm, you're too much. Be careful that you won't be able to rise again, the Silvermoon Heavenly King said as he took a step forward. The divine silkworm princess didn't pay attention to him. She directly swept her gaze across the 8 divine generals and said, "Do you think that you can be so mighty just because you have the great sage Kun Zhou's support? Do you believe that I won't wipe out all 8 of your races by myself?" Whether it was the human race or the various great kings of the primordial era, all of them were terrified. The way the divine silkworm princess did things was really straightforward. She suppressed them until they couldn't say anything and had no choice but to lower their heads. Silvermoon Heavenly King, you can't just watch the heavenly prince die in vain, right? One of the 8 divine generals said, feeling dissatisfied. The fall of the heavenly prince makes one sigh. He is the only bloodline of the gods, and his physique is unparalleled in the world. This is an immeasurable loss for all races, so he naturally can't die in vain. The Silvermoon Heavenly King said as he walked forward, staring intently at Yi Fan and the sacred prince. His gaze was like 2 sharp blades. Clang! The divine silkworm princess waved her hand and disintegrated his powerful aura without holding back. She blocked the way and said with a cold smile, "You really are like your master. How mighty," putting on the demeanor of a peerless expert in front of juniors who haven't become saints. One day, when the sacred prince reaches this height, how much courage will you have to face him? Princess Divine Silkworm, I don't want to say any more nonsense. I just want to say one thing. The heavenly prince can't die in vain. You won't be able to suppress this storm. The Silvermoon Heavenly King said coldly. The divine silkworm princess's aura was intimidating, and she completely looked down on them. Her face was full of disdain as she said, you want to deal with the sacred prince? At the very least, kill the human cultivator beside him first, because I know that the heavenly prince should have died in his hands. The Silvermoon Heavenly King's eyes were cold as he stared at Yi Fan and said, kill this person first, and then we can sit down and talk. As for how to deal with the sacred prince, we can discuss it. That's right, kill that human cultivator first to sacrifice to the heavenly prince's heroic soul. We definitely can't let him go. Many of the 8 divine generals roared angrily. Ha ha ha. The divine silkworm princess laughed loudly, but it sounded a little cold no matter how one listened to it. She was like an empress who ruled over the world as she said, how laughable. I haven't even said anything, and you guys are already raising conditions. It can be said that, those who stand in front of me and look at me coldly, you should all think about it. You can't even protect yourselves. She wants to wipe out so many great enemies. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this genius woman to be so domineering. Was she going to kill everyone? You. How arrogant. Do you really think that you're the reincarnation of the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor? The ancient kings on the other side were indignant. The Silvermoon Heavenly King's expression was very cold as he stared at her and said, you might not even be able to protect the sacred prince. When the Emperor of Fighting looked down on the world and looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where were you? Why didn't you dare to jump out? His only son used his own abilities to kill a good-for-nothing sacred prince, and all of you jumped out impatiently. How capable. The divine silkworm princess swept her gaze across everyone. No matter what, you can't change anything. Don't think that there's only one victorious fighting Buddha in this world, and there are other unparalleled experts among the myriad races. The Silvermoon Heavenly King said coldly. That's right, blood for blood. Those who kill will die. A radical among the 8 divine generals shouted. That's right. You guys have been used to running amok for so many years, chasing after the sacred prince. Today, you guys should all die. Blood for blood. The divine silkworm princess said mercilessly as she slapped forward with one hand. The little white tiger on her shoulder that had transformed from a divine silkworm hurriedly covered its big black eyes. Pfft! A bloody light exploded, and a large number of the 8 divine generals died. The Silvermoon Heavenly King hurriedly stopped her, and the few ancestral kings also used secret techniques to stop her attack. No one expected the battle to happen so suddenly. Although the divine silkworm princess looked ethereal and intelligent, her actions were decisive and cold. She charged over alone and enveloped an ancestral king in a ball of holy light. She let out a light shout and unleashed a sure-kill attack. Ah! A mournful cry resounded through the sky. This primordial ancestral king struggled violently, but he couldn't escape. He was shattered alive, and his holy blood fell into the mountains. The mountains collapsed and the earth caved in, as if the end of the world had arrived. Chi! The Silvermoon Heavenly King turned into a ray of silver light and headed straight for Yi Fan and the sacred prince. He wanted to kill them all. Bang! However, the divine silkworm princess's speed was too fast. She appeared in front of him in almost an instant. She slapped out with her jade-like hand and pushed him back. She shouted, the son of the sacred emperor, yet someone still dared to kill him when he was in the right. Is he not comparable to a useless dead prince? I'll see who dares to touch the sacred prince and his friends. I'll kill all their clans. Divine Silkworm Princess, you've killed a saint-level ancient king. You must understand what you've done. Bear the consequences. The Silvermoon Heavenly King's eyes shot out an incomparably cold light. So what if I've killed him? What can you do to me? Not only that, but I'll also remove the 8 divine generals from their names forever and make them history. Divine Silkworm Princess said domineeringly. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. This princess of the divine Silkworm Ridge was really terrifying. She wanted to wipe out the 8 divine generals' clans in one go. It was enough to shock the entire ancient planet. A few ancestral kings among the 8 divine generals were shocked and furious. You've humiliated the emperor of fighting for so many years. I'll settle this debt together. None of you will survive. Even Kun Zhou won't be able to protect you. I've wanted to settle old scores with him for a long time. Divine Silkworm Princess shouted. Her light purple hair fluttered in the wind, and 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from her large, intelligent eyes. She took a step forward and attacked again. Impudent. The Silvermoon Heavenly King stopped her. I think you're the one who's impudent. Isn't it just a great sage Kun Zhou? After probing for so many years, get him out here. Divine Silkworm Princess reprimanded. Before my master makes a move, I'll take care of the sacred prince and that human cultivator first. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you out there. The Silvermoon Heavenly King shouted and grabbed at Yi Fan and the sacred prince. Bang! Suddenly, a large golden hand slapped down from the sky, and the Silvermoon Heavenly King was sent flying. All the joints in his body crackled, and all the bones in his body broke. Although my elder brother passed away long ago, the sacred battling ape bloodline hasn't fallen to the point where anyone can bully us. Get Kun Zhou to come and see me. An old monkey with flickering golden fur and a domineering aura appeared on the scene. Chapter 1069. The Silver Moon Heavenly King was famous throughout the primeval age. He was an ancient saint who was respected by all races. His cultivation was profound, and he might be able to walk the path of the great sage with just a moment of enlightenment. But now, his bones were broken, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was almost turned into a meat patty. His silvery white hair was stained with blood. He had almost been killed by the palm. He stood up with difficulty. Holy light surrounded his body, and his joints cracked. It was very difficult to connect them. His face was pale, and he didn't dare to say anything. That was because the person standing in front of him was none other than the famous Sacred War King. His power shook the primeval age, and his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. It was no problem for him to uproot dozens or even hundreds of races. Challenging him at this time would mean that he was tired of living and could easily take his life. The Silvermoon Heavenly King knew very well that no matter how outstanding he was, no matter how famous he was, they weren't on the same level at all. Apart from the few hegemons of the supreme ancient immortal realms, anyone else in front of this Heavenly King would have to bow down even if they were a dragon or a tiger. The Sacred War King is still the same. His style hasn't changed. He's still so domineering. How many years has it been? It's like a dream. The Sacred War King was an invincible peak, but he's still the same. I still remember his unparalleled style when he fought everywhere. All clans were alarmed, all of them shaken. Whether it was the royal races or the ancient royal races, all the race leaders were extremely shocked. After the primeval age, this was the first time they saw the Sacred War King in this world. Time makes one grow old. The Sacred War King was young and full of vigor. He looked down on the world, and his blood for battle swept through everything. But now, he also has a trace of vicissitudes. His eyes and brows have a very heavy mark of time. Time is like water. It retreats in the blink of an eye. Although he has become the victorious Buddha, his style hasn't changed. Many people were very excited. In that era, the Sacred War King was definitely a legend. He was an invincible warrior in the hearts of many young ancient race members. They all looked up to his unreachable figure. So many years had passed, and the children of the past had all grown up. Many of the strong cultivators who had broken out of the seal in the source of God were even older now. Seeing the Sacred War King again, everyone was filled with endless emotions. This invincible figure, even though his cultivation was high and he kept extending his life, still looked a little old. Greetings, Sage King. The ancestral king in the golden-green battle robe was extremely excited. He strode over and paid his respects. His body was even trembling from excitement. Back then, when you dominated the world, I was still a child. Even though he had become a saint and was respected by all races, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the great hero in his heart. Greetings, Sage King. In the distant mountains, 7 or 8 figures suddenly flew out. They were all the ancestral kings of a clan, and all of them had expressions of reverence on their faces. They were incredibly excited. They were the same as the ancestral king who was wearing the jade gold battle armor. They had worshipped this battle saint since they were young, and they were already outstanding enough. Now that they had become the leaders of their respective orthodoxies, their emotions had not changed. Back in the day, the Sacred War King was not afraid of anything. His personality was known to everyone. He had once swept through the world with his own strength and fought furiously in all directions, causing the world to tremble. "All of you, get up," Old Monkey said. The golden hair on his body was translucent and dazzling. He exuded a majestic aura even without being angry. He was like the reincarnation of a battle god. Just by standing there, everyone was trembling. In the distance, the faces of the 8 generals were all pale. None of them dared to say a word. Even the sage ancient kings didn't dare to breathe loudly. This was a kind of unparalleled might. How powerful was the Silver Moon Heavenly King? How arrogant was he just now? But now, he could only stand at the side with his injured body and didn't dare to say a word. Sage King. Some of the ancient race members actually had tears rolling down their faces. It had been 1,000,000 years since they had parted ways. After escaping from the source of God and coming to this great world, this was the first time the Sacred War King had appeared before them. Uncle. Old Monkey also choked with sobs. He hadn't seen this uncle for the past few years. He knew that this relative of his didn't have much lifespan left. There was only one path in front of him, and that was to break through. Otherwise, he wouldn't be far from passing away. This was because the victorious fighting Buddha had awakened a step earlier than the other ancient race members. He had already escaped from the source of God 2,000 years ago. His current age was truly shocking. Yifan also had respect for this victorious fighting Buddha. Together with the sacred prince and GZ, they bowed to him. Only the Black Emperor didn't move and only nodded. The Sacred War King was a living legend. Back then, many people said that if he hadn't been born in the same era as his elder brother, he might have also proven his Tao. The influence of being born in the same era as the Black Emperor was extremely severe. Even though he was sealed in the source of God and hid in this era, there were still some traces of Tao on him. After all, they had been together for too long, and it was extremely difficult for him to prove his Tao. The Emperor of Fighting ruled over the ancient era. He was respected by the heavens and earth and was revered by all races. And his younger brother was also so outstanding. He relied on himself to conquer the world and sweep through everything. He was naturally admired and became a hero in the hearts of many ancient race members. All of you, rise. The old monkey's eyes were sharp, and his voice was like the ringing of a golden bell. It was sonorous and powerful. He looked into the void and said, "So many years have passed. Some things should come to an end." Princess Divine Silkworm had a peaceful expression and tears in her eyes. Looking at the somewhat aged back, she no longer had a hint of dominance. There was actually a rare hint of gentleness and gentleness. The palm-sized white tiger on her shoulder that had transformed from the Divine Silkworm landed on the Sacred War King with a whoosh. It wasn't afraid at all and pulled on his hair to show its existence. The old monkey slowly turned around, looked at Princess Divine Silkworm, and said, "No matter who comes today, I will seek justice." This was an oath and also a declaration. The Sacred War King was going to make a move and end all the grudges of the ancient era. This made the blood of some of his followers surge. Their bodies trembled, and they were extremely excited. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes were filled with tears. She didn't say anything and only nodded. She knew that the Sacred War King had been suppressing his anger and wanted to fight for her. In the distance, all the races were trembling. Everyone knew that a huge storm was about to begin. No one would forget the chaos that had occurred after the Sacred Emperor had passed away. Princess Divine Silkworm had been pinned to death. The Sacred War King had howled in grief and fought in the eastern wilderness, but in the end, he was unable to reverse the situation. When Princess Divine Silkworm died, he cried 3 times and left the western desert. In this life, as long as I'm still alive, no one will be able to harm a single hair on your body. After saying this, the old monkey turned around. 2 beams of piercing light shot out from its eyes, and it was extremely imposing. Many ancient races were overwhelmed with emotions. They all looked at this figure that wasn't very majestic and wanted to roar out loud. The Emperor of Fighting had passed away, but his influence was still huge. Many ancient races were willing to follow him. Perhaps the Sacred Prince didn't have that kind of power yet, but once the old monkey stood out, it would immediately shake the eastern wilderness. This kind of influence was incomparable. It was the result of its illustrious battle achievements in the past. It was completely a result of sweeping the world with an iron rod. The Sacred War Ape bloodline is sparse in numbers, but they have always stood tall. Any one of them can cause clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. It wasn't a fluke that they were able to rule the archaic era with just a few people. In the distance, an aged voice rang out, causing the heavens to rumble. The 4 seas surged, the sky rumbled, and the 100,000 mountains all resonated together. Kuan-zhou, come out! Princess Divine Silkworm shouted. 2 beams of blazing light shot out from her eyes as she looked towards the horizon. The Divine Silkworm race has 9 transformations, and legend has it that they have 9 hidden lives. It seems like it's true. That spear back then was enough to take your life, but who would have thought that after the archaic era passed away, you would reappear in this world? An old man appeared. He wore an emperor crown on his head, and his gray hair was scattered. Even his eyes were gray, and his gaze was terrifying. It made all the great ancient kings tremble and want to kneel down. He wore a moon-white battle robe with divine gold fragments embedded in it, protecting the vital parts of his body. There was even a piece of black gold that protected the immortal platform between his brows. It was a true great emperor divine material, and it turned into a black sun that blocked there. His body was tall, and his eyes had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although he had endless blood energy, it was difficult to hide his old age. His lifespan definitely wasn't long, and he had walked very far on this lonely path. His descendants couldn't even look up to him. Kuan-zhou. The golden-haired Buddha narrowed his eyes, and when his golden eyes opened and closed, there was a dazzling brilliance. The surroundings were quiet, and everyone was almost suffocating. The 2 great sages of the archaic era had reunited just like that. What happened next would definitely be earth-shattering. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated. The confrontation between the 2 existences that stood at the peak of the current world made him see wisps of the path of immortality. The golden blood in his body surged violently, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Sacred War King, after parting in the archaic era, you are still as graceful as before. Meeting again in this life, it truly makes one sigh with regret. Kuan-zhou stood there, his gray hair fluttering in the wind. His gray eyes were as deep as 2-star regions, and within them, there were scenes of the creation of the world and the birth of all living things. Master. Heavenly King Silvermoon bowed respectfully. Kuan-zhou waved his hand, and a beam of immortal light flew out and entered his body. The bones that were difficult to reconnect, as well as the broken flesh, quickly healed. In the blink of an eye, his blood energy was replenished, and he recovered to his original state. Greetings, great sage Kuan-zhou. Behind him, the 8 divine generals bowed together, and even the ancestral kings bowed down. They were all very serious, and their confidence was immediately boosted. Rise. Kuan Zhou's words were very light, but they made it impossible for anyone to resist. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, and it was even difficult for them to raise their heads to look at his true body. This wasn't intentional. A peerless expert naturally stood here, and he had this kind of aura that reigned supreme in the world. All living beings had to bow down to him. Congratulations, you've taken another crucial half-step on this path. The talent of the sacred war ape lineage is indeed heaven-defying. Great sage Kuan Zhou sighed. You're not bad either. The old monkey nodded. I still haven't forgotten the battle that year. Although you were heavily injured and fled to the western desert, you risked your life to kill that uncle of mine. Not long after the great chaos ended, he passed away in meditation, Kuan Zhou said, his gray hair scattering in the wind. I thought that you would arrive together with him. I didn't think that he would die. What a pity, the victorious fighting Buddha said. Everyone felt their blood run cold when they heard this. Kuan Zhou's lineage was definitely incomparably terrifying in the archaic era. A single lineage had two great sages, causing the entire ancient planet to tremble. Other than the sacred emperor's lineage, no one could compare. It was rumored that Kuan Zhou's uncle was the most terrifying. He was once the strongest opponent of the Emperor of Fighting's life, and his name shocked the ages, surpassing all the ancient sages of the past. That uncle of his lived a second life. In the eyes of many, he surpassed the ancient emperors of the archaic era who hadn't proven their Tao, but in the end, it was still the sacred emperor who defied the heavens and succeeded in proving his Tao. After that battle, the cultivation of great sage Kuan Zhou's uncle seemed to be, people wouldn't forget that he was a figure from the same era as the Emperor of Fighting. His divine bravery was unparalleled, and he had competed with the sacred emperor for many years on the path of proving his Tao. The reason why my father only lived a single life was related to that person, the sacred prince said with a hint of sadness. Yi Fan was shocked. He had heard of these things before. The Emperor of Fighting encountered a problem in his cultivation, and he almost died before proving his Tao. There were actually many hidden secrets.